Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis Leire Luengo, directrice de la communication à l'Alliance coopérative internationale. C'est un véritable plaisir d'animer cette conférence aujourd'hui. Je suis très bien entourée et il y aura un grand nombre d'expériences coopératives inspirantes. Le petit plus, c'est de nous réunir dans la maison de Smart Belgium, au cœur de Bruxelles, dans le quartier de Saint-Gilles, depuis San José, au Costa Rica, et bien sûr en ligne, à travers Zoom. J'ai avec moi Yvonne Jadoul, secrétaire générale de Smart Belgium, qui nous donne la bienvenue aujourd'hui.
Merci Leire, bonjour à toutes et tous. C'est vraiment un honneur pour Smart d'accueillir un tel événement avec des organisations si prestigieuses autour de la table ou en ligne. Nous sommes vraiment très honorés que vous veniez chez nous cet après-midi. Je excuse l'absence de notre administration déléguée de Smart qui ne pouvait être présent aujourd'hui, mais ils m'ont chargé donc de vous souhaiter la bienvenue. Un petit mot à propos de notre organisation coopérative Smart, qui a été créée il y a environ 25 ans maintenant, pas ici à Saint-Gilles, mais pas très loin, et puis qui a rapidement, au début des années 2000, pris ses quartiers ici au cœur de Bruxelles. Au tout départ, nous n'étions pas une coopérative. Nous avons été créés comme une organisation qu'on appelle en Belgique une ASBL, en anglais Non-Profit Organization, qui se dédiait exclusivement au départ à apporter une aide, des solutions pour les professionnels du secteur artistique ou culturel ou créatif, pour pouvoir leur permettre de légaliser leur activité professionnelle qui se faisait très souvent, trop souvent malheureusement, dans le circuit informel. Et donc de pouvoir leur permettre d'avoir des solutions très concrètes de développement de leur activité. 25 ans plus tard, Smart s'est transformé en une coopérative qui compte 33 000 membres aujourd'hui. Je n'ai pas regardé ce matin, mais chaque jour, il y a des nouveaux membres qui nous rejoignent, donc on est environ 33 000. Le staff en Belgique, qui est réparti dans toutes les grandes villes, mais dont le cœur se situe ici à Bruxelles, avoisine les 200 membres. Pour accompagner donc ces milliers de personnes qui développent leur activité professionnelle. Et chose importante à retenir, là au départ nous étions uniquement actifs dans le secteur artistique et culturel, aujourd'hui nous sommes actifs dans un nombre très très important de secteurs, de façon donc très diversifiée. Le chiffre d'affaires de la coopérative Smart en Belgique avoisine les 170 millions d'euros par an. Smart a également des projets qui existent dans d'autres pays en Europe, en l'occurrence dans 7 pays, en France, en Italie, en Espagne, en Allemagne, en Autriche, en Suède et aux Pays-Bas, sous forme coopérative la plupart du temps. Alors, si le cœur de métier de Smart est d'offrir des solutions concrètes aux professionnels, aux freelance, aux travailleurs autonomes pour développer leur activité, Smart a aussi une volonté de participer à sa manière à un projet de transformation sociale, qui plaide donc pour un modèle de société, pour plus de justice sociale, plus de solidarité. Accueillir un tel événement avec les sujets qui seront débattus aujourd'hui, c'est notre manière de contribuer modestement à ce projet de transformation sociale. Je vous souhaite à toutes et tous une très bonne après-midi et de bons débats.
Merci beaucoup Yvonne. It is an honor for the International Cooperative Alliance to be part of this historic MONDIACULT UNESCO event. Our session entitled Cooperatives are Key Stakeholders in Advancing SDGs Through Culture and the Creative Sector is dedicated to exploring further why and how through 3 main axes. Celebrating the inscription of the cooperative idea and practice as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity by the UNESCO in 2016, acknowledging how the cooperative model safeguards creative workers, and understanding how education is a key tool cooperatives employ in achieving sustainable development. This event is co-organized together with CICOPA, the International Organization of the ICA for Cooperatives in Industry and Services, and Cooperatives of the Americas, a regional organization of the ICA. It's been all designed together with partners from all around the world. You can see on the screen and on the list my colleagues will share with you on the Zoom forum. And you will also have the opportunity to get a deeper look into their actions today. We have an impressive lineup of speakers today, and we thank them for their availability to participate here. In the interest of time, we will not be reading their bios, and instead invite you to look into the Zoom chat box where my colleagues are sharing this document. Now, some practical information. You can comment and address your questions on Zoom. Interpretation is provided in English, Spanish, and French. You just need to select, and you all know by now, your preferred language on the hearth icon underneath the screen if you are in Zoom. And if you are in the room here with us today, for the channels, 1 is English, 2 is French, and 3 is Spanish. This event is being recorded, and it will be available on the ICA YouTube account in the next few days. If you are posting on social media, you are invited to use the hashtag COP4Culture and MONDIACULT 2022. And now, let me invite Martin Lowry, Chair of the ICA Board Committee on the Cooperative Identity, that he's connected online with us, and also Giuseppe Muerini, President of SECOP, the European Confederation of Industrial and Service Cooperatives. They will deliver the opening remarks. Martin, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lyra. As Lyra said, I am the chair of the International Cooperative Alliance Cooperative Identity Committee, and I am on the board of directors representing the United States. The title of this program, Cooperatives as Key Stakeholders in Advancing this. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Let me start again. I am the chair, Martin Lowry, I am the chair of the Cooperative Identity Committee of the International Cooperative Alliance. And I think the opening question I would ask is, looking at the title of this side event, how are cooperatives key stakeholders in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals through culture and the creative sector? Well, first and foremost, the very definition of a cooperative references culture. A cooperative is an association of persons united voluntarily to meet their common economic, social, and cultural needs and aspirations. How is that possible? It really is possible through the cooperative values. Cooperative values resonate very much around the world in mutual self-help, self-responsibility, democracy, equity, equality, and solidarity. Maybe more interestingly and more resonating in terms of this topic are the ethical values of honesty, openness, social responsibility, and caring for others. We are very appreciative of the honor of being recognized by UNESCO since 2016 as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. And it's something I think matters greatly to cooperatives around the world, for which we have 1.2 billion cooperative members and over 3 million cooperative enterprises. The ICA itself, the International Cooperative Alliance itself, has a proud history beginning in 1895, and quite interestingly has maintained cultural continuity of the membership throughout 2 world wars, the Cold War, and more recently, the pandemic. There is a new document that was released recently by UNESCO called Reshaping Policies for Creativity. And it has 4 goals associated with it. The first is to support sustainable systems of governance for culture. There is no question in my mind that one of the greatest governance systems available to humanity is cooperative governance, because it is for the people, of the people, and by the people. Second goal is a balanced flow of cultural goods and services. and the mobility of artists and cultural professionals. On the balanced flow of cultural goods and services, cooperatives work very hard to look at the supply chain in all areas, in all sectors, to make sure that that supply chain is an ethical supply chain and in no way does anything other than advance the interests of humanity. On the mobility of artists and cultural professionals, worker cooperatives have played an important role, and I would say an increasingly important role, in making sure that artists and cultural professionals have the opportunity to work together in oftentimes virtually, but through the cooperative model. The third goal is to integrate culture with the sustainable development framework. That is something that we have been working on for quite some time now as a cooperative movement, and will continue to do so as we work toward the 2030 goal. And finally, promoting human rights and fundamental freedoms. If you think back to my recitation of the cooperative values and the ethical values, every cooperative has the responsibility to do that. The origin of this event today was the 33rd World Cooperative Congress in Seoul, Korea, in December of 2021. There was a panel discussion, which will be referenced later in the program, to the whole question of the role of cooperatives around culture. And it was decided by the panelists themselves that there should be a connection into the MONDIACULT 2022 program. And here we are. So this is, in fact, the first literal action taken out of that Congress, with ICA, the International Cooperative Alliance, working very hard to make this happen. As Lyra said, there are three primary focuses for today, and they have to do with how we as cooperatives advance the Sustainable Development Goals through culture in the creative sector. The first, I'll ask them as questions. How do cooperatives safeguard cultural heritage? They do, but we want to talk about how they do that. Secondly, how do cooperatives organize workers and professionals in the creative sector? Again, that's an area that will be explored in depth in this meeting. And finally, how do cooperatives use educational opportunities to build a better world? They certainly do. We can do much more in that regard. I would say, however, most importantly, what we hope to accomplish through this day is the ability to expand and deepen our institutional collaboration with UNESCO, which we value highly and hope to see great opportunities in the future. Thank you very much, and I look forward to a very productive program today. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Many thanks for your words. And now, let me move and give the floor to Giuseppe Guerini, President of SECOP. The floor is yours, Giuseppe.
Thank you very much for this invitation. First of all, dear friend cooperators, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real honor for me to participate in this event representing SECOP, the European Confederation of Workers' Cooperatives. I would like to thank the International Alliance Cooperative for organizing this event, and I want also to thank UNESCO to host us in the MONDIACULT conference. Thank you also to recognizing that cooperatives have created a fundamental heritage for humanity. Cooperatives are enterprises that arise, first of all, from a cultural project. If the traditional agricultural enterprise is born from the soil, the capitalist enterprise from money and technology, the artisan enterprise from manual skill, the cooperative enterprise, first of all, arising from the ability of a group of people to imagine the possibility of transforming the economy with the power of idea, to desire a better future in a collective form. And so the cooperative, therefore, is itself born from a cultural heritage and a relational human capital. And I think it is not a coincidence, in fact, that the origin in the cooperative movement, we think philosophers and pedagogists before economists. I think Robert Owen, Frederick Pestalozzi, William Raiffeisen, John Dewey are pedagogists or philosophers before to propose an economic way to answer in the need of the people. This is why I'm convinced that without a cultural project, cooperative enterprises lose their main characteristic. First, the ability to be durable and intergenerational. This capacity to be long-lasting and intergenerational have made cooperative the company of sustainability since their inception. Sustainability is part of DNA of cooperatives. In this context, cooperatives that have at the heart of the mutual exchange is the work, such as worker cooperatives, social and service cooperatives, are the enterprises that most of all aim to create common goods, promoting relationship between people. And so imagine that production is first of all construction of new knowledge. This highlights the propensity of cooperative business model to be the best way to organize and manage products of what you call the cultural and creative industry. After all, what is the theater company, for example, if not a national cooperative and an orchestra or a collective of writers or journalists? Are they not themselves from of cooperation between people who know how to create a dimension of identity and belonging? However, these workers do not always unite in cooperative. Since the success of the individualistic ideology created during the last century, an illusion that prevents the cooperative is potential from being saved precisely for workers in this sector, who end up working alone as freelance. But I wonder, free from what? There is not freedom without identity, and cooperative can find an identity for this freelance worker. For this reason, as SECOP, in the recent year, we have dedicated a lot of attention to promote workers' cooperative in Europe for self-employed platform worker, freelance, because we believe that cooperative is the best solution to overcome loneliness for many workers. You can see an example of this attention in the report that we have published on our website, All for One, but also in the Like One, another report, and Lasting Impact, 3 report where you can find some proposal to create a good cooperative for creative sector, for independent worker, and for worker that is involved in the cultural sector. Finally, I wish you all a good conference, and I assure all of you that SECOP will continue to engage in a cooperative movement able to working in the spirit of all for one for a better world. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Many thanks, Giuseppe. I'm keeping this very precious. There's no freedom without identity. In bold for me. I don't know if here in the room too. Now we are gonna analyze the link between culture and cooperatives and the potential benefits of doing so. This will be shared by our keynote speaker, Thomas Knuben, from the Institute of Cultural Management of the University of Education in Ludwigsburg, in Germany. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear listeners, good afternoon. I wish, first of all, thank the organizers from ICA very much for the invitation to this address. And I would like also to thank all of you for your attendance and your attention. I presume, oh, I have to open the presentation. So can you see it? Okay.
Yes, we can see. Thank you.
Thank you. I presume there is no doubt that the subject of today is a vast field with many, many aspects. Therefore, in order to give a sort of theoretical basis and communicative framework for our discussions, I decided to break down the subject in 6 main theses. They may give us a first idea why we believe that the cooperative culture can be or should be an important means to implement the 17 global goals of sustainable development, also and especially in the cultural field. Let me start with thesis number 1 and the first basic statement. From an anthropological and historical point of view, cooperation and concurrence are 2 fundamental poles of social organization, which always have been coexisting, sometimes in rivalry, but often also to complement one another. For example, cooperation inside a society and competition in external affairs. I think there's no doubt that for the last 250 years in the upcoming modern industrial and capitalist society, the principles of competition and concurrence based on the idea of economic liberty, private property, and inheritance laws has had the upper hand over the spirit of cooperation. With these principles of competition and concurrence, a lot of technical and medical progresses and a massive gain in material prosperity have been achieved. But as a matter of fact, also a lot of collateral damages have been connected, and this process, which can be easily listed under the headwords of climate crisis, species extinction, social inequality. When we try to analyze the reasons for these damages, their complexity, and the necessary strategies to solve the existential problems, there seems no doubt that we have a deep need of new collaborations instead of boosting again the principle of concurrence, for example, collaboration in multilateral politics. Or let me say it in other words, what we need is a strong competition in cooperation in order to manage epochal shifts in our time. Thesis number 2, cooperatives are ingenious answers to epochal shifts. Already for the challenges in the 19th century, for questions of modernization in agriculture and handcraft, for solutions in supply of housing, space, and food, and for the demand of equity for private investments in small enterprises, the idea and practice of cooperatives have become an ingenious answer. Today, we are facing a lot of similar essential problems. In 1990, when the Cold War and the concurrence of systems between East and West seemed to come to an end, the American historian Francis Fukuyama published a book with the title The End of History, suggesting we are now entering a new period of peace, welfare, and all-over happiness. We know this story did not take place. Instead, we are facing more and more problems of globalization, of monopolization, digitization, and the all-over problem of climate change with all its consequences. In our discussion today, as a contribution to the UNESCO MONDIACULT Congress, the main question facing these new epochal shifts are, can cooperatives help to integrate the people in managing the epochal shifts, and what role can take culture in this process? As a first answer to these questions, and I think Martin Lowry turned it out already, we can notice indeed a renaissance of cooperatives. There are different reasons supporting this indication. The resistance of cooperatives, for example, in the global financial crisis, new fields of cooperatives, for example, in the energy sector, the recognition of cooperatives by UN and UNESCO, and also new legal framings in different parts of the world. If we look to the statistics in Germany, we can see very clearly this tendency of renaissance. And the statistics show as well that new types of cooperatives did arise in the last years, cooperatives addressing new tasks in different fields of community work, especially culture. Many new cooperatives are belonging to this group. They are caring about culture and sports, local supply of consumer goods, social needs, and spatial development. This group of cooperatives has to be taken especially into focus when looking for chances of cooperatives in cultural affairs and in cultural heritage management. Mostly they were founded in rural areas and at places where neither the market nor local authorities were capable to find appropriate solutions for civic needs. This is the main point we have to take in mind. Cooperatives are not just another legal form of business making. Moreover, they are a strategy for solving essential problems of today. This brings me to the next thesis. Cooperatives represent goals, values, and principles fitting to the multiple challenges of today. Confronted with the challenges addressed before as an open list, it seems obvious that the way the challenges are treated is part of the solution. Here we should take in mind the model of the three sectors in society: public sector, private market, and the third sector, representing society in different forms of organization. It seems clear that in the end, all three sectors have to work together in order to come to effective results. But it seems also obvious that the logic of the free market alone cannot be considered as the big rescuer, for up to now, it is part of the problem. And the public sector is more than volatile due to budget limits and lacking political consistency and continuity in many parts of the world. In this constellation, the goals, values, and principles, which has been underlined by Martin Lowry, of cooperatives can help a lot, especially their combination of private engagement of many participants with individual and social benefit, which is based on economic democracy and in some sort can be considered as a transformation of the modern idea of liberty, equality, and brotherliness into an effective operative form. In reference to the 17 goals of sustainable development, cooperatives are efficient because of at least 4 special reasons. They are people-centered. They are mostly operating in local and regional areas. They are open for participation, and they are especially eager in responsible production and consumption. The results of these cooperative values and principles are well known since more than 100 years in cooperative banking, in agriculture, food, and housing supply. The question now is, what role can play cooperatives for culture in pursuing the sustainable development goals? Here we should distinguish between the culture of cooperatives and cooperatives for culture. They represent dimensions, they represent different dimensions and the double identity of culture. When we speak about culture of corporations, of cooperatives, we are dealing on the macro level, indicating the spirit of cooperatives in general, which is leading all domains of cooperative work. In this reference, the main mission in order to become more sustainable has to be, we have to change our lives towards more cooperation and more sustainable development. Change of mind on this macro level demands new attitudes to essential challenges in politics and politics, claiming for broader participation and stronger commitment in the stress field between individual interests and social solidarity. A lot of movements, for example, Friday for Future, are operating on this level, as well as the Congress of MONDIACULT. Second, the mesos level. On this level, the culture of cooperatives has to be set up in the amendment of new laws, such as in the European Union, for example, wherein a new legal framing for the international setup of cooperatives has been established. On this level, also a broader education in economic and social issues, including the idea of cooperatives, has to be established. On the micro level, finally, models and practices of cooperatives in various civic and cultural fields have to prove that the idea of cooperatives is able to solve essential problems of everyday life. This is the level where people can make their individual experience to strengthen their own commitment and to set up a new identity of cooperation. But attention, please. The term of cultural cooperatives is a diffuse term. It is not strictly to define, as it is in the case of agricultural, credit, consumer, or housing cooperatives. Cultural cooperatives can act in different sectors. They can act in the property market if they plan urban spaces with a special cultural mixture. They can work as a producer cooperative if they are editing a newspaper or if they are running a theater. They can also act as creditors if they are financing cultural projects in order to realize promising artistic ideas or cultural ideas. They can be agencies for all sorts of cultural purposes. The only connecting idea which brings us to speak about cultural cooperatives or cooperatives for culture is their definitive cultural concern or goal and the legal form or the organizational form and spirit they are organized in. At this point, I would like to bring back in your mind the fact of double identity of culture. On the one hand, the identity of culture is as object of economic exchange, which is linked to private property, traded on markets, fit up with prices, and restricted to individual use is, for example, a seat in a theater performance which can only be used by one person. On the other hand, we have the other identity of culture as objectivation of human experience. Culture as a common good, which is not disposable on a market, which can be shared of everybody, for example, by citing a poem or just singing a famous song. For example, in these sad times of war, the song Imagine by John Lennon. In our lives, we are facing both identities of culture, often at the same time. But if we are speaking on the special meaning and importance of culture, we should always have in mind the identity of culture as a human experience. This brings me to the special contribution of cooperatives in safeguarding cultural heritage. Cooperatives are offering important chances in safeguarding cultural heritage and fostering the creative sector. In this context, I would like to focus on two prior problems. On the one hand, the question of how to preserve a vast number of cultural monuments, and especially how to finance their preservation within the conflicts of different interests, and on the other hand, how to save a traditional cultural infrastructure which is threatened in many places, especially in rural areas. Many places are closed nowadays in some part of our countries. The main conflict is coming up with two facts: a huge number of cultural monuments and the still increasing requirement of space for housing and industries. The obvious idea to use historic monuments for actual housing needs normally does not fit because of the costs and because of a struggle of interests and potentials between the different stakeholders. For the public authorities, the main goals in handling historic monuments are conservation and maintenance of the buildings, and in case of an eminent cultural meaning, to allow public access. But because of a lack of sufficient resources and the concurrence of other political projects, the public authorities are obliged to look for private investors with private equity. Often this may be a solution for the preserving of monuments, but it can be combined with negative aspects, especially with the danger of loss of historical substance if the restoration or later using is inappropriate, and often the public access is not longer given. Just 2 minutes. In this case, the engagement of the civil society organized in associations, in civic foundations or cultural cooperatives can offer new and better paths. In addition, they can help to preserve or to reanimate fundamental cultural institutions which are no longer able to survive in common ways. If we take a look on the phenomenon of cultural cooperatives, in some examples, we can see a big diversity of engagement, and a big number of them are connected with the problem of cultural heritage by restoring and running historic monuments, but also caring about intangible cultural heritage. Just to give you an idea of the broad field, here are some examples. You can find important newspapers maintaining the idea and practice of independent journalism in times of monopolization of information and fake news. You can find theaters and cinemas often located in historic monuments. A lot of cooperative shops in historical buildings combining the need of local supply of food or daily goods with the conservation of cultural heritage. Historic inns and breweries caring for an appropriate use of historical monuments and offering social space, especially in rural areas. Former railway stations run by cooperatives as cultural centers, or last but not least, pupils' cooperatives organized in a collaboration between schools and cooperative organizations. All these cultural cooperatives and many more can be structured in 3 different types within the field of cultural heritage management. In cooperatives preserving historic monuments, in cooperatives producing and trading cultural goods and services, caring also for intangible cultural heritage, and cooperatives just networking and fostering cultural projects as a sort of cultural agencies. All these various projects are very valuable, useful, and encouraging. But to get up from these models and practices on the micro level to a bigger movement on the meso level and to deeper chances on the macro level, we need to get more information, more experience. Therefore, I'm coming to the last thesis. In comparison to other cooperative movements established all over the world for a long time, cooperatives for culture are quite young and new. Therefore, it needs efforts to know better what they can achieve in advancing sustainable development goals through culture and what can be learned from the experience of others. Therefore, we have to establish further research in which forms and which fields I think we will discuss this afternoon. Thank you for the moment.
Many thanks, Thomas. Your presentation gives us a solid basis to pursue this relationship between cooperatives and culture. And now is the time to move to the first roundtable on cooperatives and intangible and tangible cultural heritage that will be moderated by Diana Dovgan, Secretary General of SICOPA and SECOP. Diana, you can come here with me on stage, please. And while you arrive, let me call to the panelists, inviting them to come on stage if you are here, or connect their cameras. So here we have with us, we have the pleasure to have Giovanna Barni. Please, you can come here. And we have also George Oates. Also, you can come with us here. I will move. And online, we have Corbinian Mars, Dinara Chuchumbaeva, William Assis, and Fazial Khan. All yours, Diana.
Thank you, Lere. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this first panel discussion on cooperatives and tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Well, we are convinced that the cooperative model and preservation of cultural heritage, being it tangible and intangible, is a perfect match. But we also need to convince the other stakeholders, governments, international institutions, communities as itself. This is also why this kind of event is very important, so that we can show also the great experience that we have in our family and have a discussion with various stakeholders. By this occasion, I would like to thank colleagues from the International Cooperative Alliance for associating us, SICOPA, in this event, and of course, UNESCO for giving us this opportunity. What is the purpose of the cultural heritage, being it tangible or intangible? Well, to survive through time and to tell the stories of men and women, their practices, their history, their traditions, their beliefs, their skills and knowledge. I would like to underline here one specific cooperative, well, two cooperative characteristics that for me makes this perfect match. The intergenerational dimension of cooperatives. They have as purpose this long-term sustainable dimension, and they not only preserve the assets through generation, but also the values such as democracy and solidarity. They keep those values alive in the community, even sometimes when the cooperative is surrounded by non-democratic environment. The other characteristic is the community, the fact that cooperatives are community-owned. Culture is a general interest, and it's essential to be preserved as such. Thanks to their multi-stakeholder characteristics, cooperatives, they unite together different stakeholders that can guarantee that this general interest is preserved. Another cooperative advantage, of course, is their autonomy towards the governments and public institutions, which also allows the freedom of expression, which is also very important in the cultural sector. I won't be long because we don't have much time and we have really great speakers with us. So I will give the floor to our first speaker, who comes from Germany, Mr. Corbinian Marz. He's online with us. He's involved in the International Raiffeisen Union, based in Bonn, but also at DGRV, the German Federation of Cooperatives, and he works especially in the South Southeast Asia region. So I'm very happy to have you with us today and to hear your perspective on this topic. I will give you 5 minutes, like to the other speakers as well. So please, Mr. Martz, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for these very nice introductory words, dear colleagues, dear cooperators online. First, please let me thank you to the organizer, and especially to Mr. Santosh Kumar for the invitation to today's MONDIACULT site event. I think it's great that this has been realized, actually. In the next 2, 3, 4 minutes, I would like to briefly reflect on the acknowledgement of the cooperative idea as an intangible cultural heritage in 2016. As we all know, fortunately, also worked out and was recognized as such by the UNESCO. I prepared a couple of slides as I'm only virtually participating. I hope you can all see it in full screen now. So we better start right away. I'm sure you all heard the great presentation by my colleague Thomas Mende in Seoul, which described the process from the application to the recognition as intangible cultural heritage by the UNESCO of the cooperative idea. Here you can see some impressions from the presentation at that time. What I just would like to briefly highlight already is that at that time, State Secretary Ms. Böhmer actually put this topic in a global perspective and emphasized that cooperatives are a cultural form that connect us with people all over the world. So this global dimension. And this has actually also been the driving force behind the application process, which was initiated from Germany towards the UNESCO. Regarding this, please let me briefly highlight our cooperative pioneers in Germany of the 19th century. Friedrich Wilhelm Raiffeisen and Hermann Schulze-Delitzsch, they have already been mentioned also by Mr. Knuppen just a couple of minutes ago. So the two of them, as we all know, they are certainly not the inventors of the cooperative idea. I mean, cooperative ways of cooperation existed long before that time. But the special feature, what they were doing was to combine the self-help idea as a starting point of cooperation together with entrepreneurship. And having the global perspective also in mind, they have also been inspired by the ideas of the Rochdale pioneers, for example, and other cooperative thinkers worldwide. So today, in fact, we can watch back on a very successful and really living cooperative model that has resulted in a strong cooperative movement in Germany. And the cooperative idea and practice, in fact, also shaped our society due to its widespread use. In fact, I think it was already mentioned, even every fourth German is a member of a cooperative nowadays. But not only the cooperative banking and agricultural scene is vibrant, also in the agricultural and creative scene, cooperatives have experienced a real founding boom in recent years. From cinemas and film distributors to theaters, orchestras, and artists. In cooperatives, people meet as co-owners of the common project at eye level. They offer participation and advocate for the interests of the members and clients. This, of course, also demands and promotes commitment, creative will, and solidarity. And based on the cooperative year in 2012, we wanted to use this momentum as we are convinced that our values and principles set us also apart from our competitors and offer added value for people worldwide. And this makes this cooperative idea we have heard so much about really something worthy of being an intangible cultural heritage, in my opinion. And having said this already basically answers our next point. Although the application was initiated by the German cooperative sector at that time, we are convinced that this is a recognition for all cooperatives worldwide. Why? The figures here you see on the left side of the slide, they actually speak for themselves. It's really living, it's really broad. The cooperative idea has found great favor worldwide and has developed in many forms and characteristics. We have heard a couple of them already a couple of minutes ago. Our values and principles like solidarity, honesty, responsibility, and democracy combined with civic engagement in the social, economic, and cultural spheres, and that go also way beyond this pure economic form of thinking, have made the cooperative idea a unique model worldwide. And as this model is lived by so many members here, as you can see, more than 1.2 billion members, which are also owners at the same time, I think this is really an idea that is worldwide, globally, and I'm convinced that this recognition is a worldwide one. So actually how to advance this idea further, keeping the momentum of the acknowledgement as an intangible cooperative heritage. I think what we really need to do and must keep in mind every day is that we need to continue to advocate for the special features of the cooperative idea with strong dedication. Because all too often the cooperative idea still falls too short in public opinion as a creative, flexible, and economically sustainable form of enterprise. And therefore, through events like that one today, we are just right about to happen, I think we really need to further emphasize and live it in practice. We need to communicate and highlight the idea every day in politics and in the public sphere in order to increase the overall awareness. At the same time, there's also something cooperatives must do, because they must hold on to their values and principles and member-based ideals, because only then they can continue to be a creative solution for sustainable development in our very dynamic world we are facing today. Yeah, long story short, thanks a lot for listening. I hope it gave a first perspective. And yeah, I'm curious for the further presentations. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Mars. Now I turn to our second speaker, who is with us in Brussels today, Giovanna Barni. Mrs. Barni, you're the president of Coop Culture, one of the largest cooperatives in Italy working in the field of cultural heritage, but you're also involved at Lega Coop and at Italian Cooperative Alliance level. By the way, Italy is a very impressive example, because I think it's one of the few, if not the only one, but please correct me, country having a sector organization for cooperatives active in the cultural sector, which is also a sign of a very important involvement and contribution. So, Ms. Barni, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you, ICA, for this opportunity. I have a presentation, and I'd like to start the first slide. I'd like to start showing you the numerosity and the distribution of Italian cooperative network in managing services activities for cultural heritage. The second, you can see that we cover all the regions in Italy. And the second slide, due to the COVID, all this sector was hit hardly. But at the same time, the crisis accelerates the need for a new, resilient, sustainable, accessible model of governance, able to maximize the social and economic impacts of cultural heritage. In this scenario, cooperatives could have a strategic role, because it can provide different multi-level solutions thanks to its feature and its collaborative approach. The first solution, we can go on, the first solution, it's a community cooperative at local level. As a cooperative is rooted on territories and community, it can involve communities, citizens in the safeguarding and in the valorization of their cultural commons. So citizens become at the same time producers and consumers of cultural activities and services. This solution is particularly suitable for rural areas and small villages that are more than 6,000, for example, in Italy, in risk, most of them in risk of depopulation. To face this risk, our association tried to disseminate this model of community cooperative, and now using the investment, try to using the investment of the national plan villages within the Italian Recovery and Resilience Plan. That is the plan for the restart after the COVID crisis. The second solution, we can go on. I have some best practice, but I leave you the slide. The second solution, after the slide, next. The second solution, the second complementary solution at the local level is a public-private special partnership. That is a new model of participatory governance of cultural heritage according with the principle of Faro Convention. And this kind of model is particularly suitable for cooperatives because we know that a cooperative take in balance economic interest and public utility. So it is the perfect partner for public administration for the regeneration of ancient monuments, ancient buildings, historical spaces and natural resources. In Italy, we have more than 60% of sites in risk of abandon and decline, completely underused. So this solution could be the solution, the good solution after the crisis. And every year, Italian Cooperative Alliance launch a call named Viviamo Cultura that is able to tutor cooperatives all over Italy to implement this new model for a sustainable development of their town and territories. Currently, we can count more than 10 significant practices all over Italy. Until 2 years ago, we have only one example, that is Teatro Tascabile of Bergamo, that turned a monastero, an ancient monastero in Bergamo, in a cultural and creative hub for group theater. You can go on. And at last, this is the practice, Teatro Tascabile of Bergamo, and another case in the center of Genova. And you can go next. And the last one, not only local level, but in a territorial, in a larger level, a region or a territorial district, could be the networking platform, the cultural networking partner among cooperatives. That is a way, that is a solution in which in the same territory many cooperatives collaborate each other to create a platform, a networking platform. This networking platform allows to overcome fragmentation and empower little cooperatives, is allowed to share digital skills and tools, and allow also to feed a supply chain that integrate culture and cultural heritage with touristic services, agricultural products, traditional art crafts, and new form of mobility. And this is a solution, and we are trying for the sustainable development of territories, and so we are trying to encourage especially larger cooperatives to collaborate with the smaller one for a new collaborative economy. So in conclusion, I think I spend my time. In conclusion, I think that an international networking of cultural cooperatives could be, and the exportation of Italian practices, of Italian multi-level practices, could be the challenge for the collaboration between UNESCO and ICA, and we are very happy to be here, and we are ready to collaborate for this. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Barney. It's also very important to see that even in the country where there's already a strong experience, that there is still much that can be done more, and also at international level, as you underlined. So now we are traveling to Kyrgyzstan with the next speaker, who is Ms. Dinara Shoshunbayeva. Are you with us, Ms. Shoshunbayeva?
Yes, yes.
Excellent.
Good day.
We can hear you. Just in few words to introduce you, you have, although an impressive experience in supporting and promoting handicraft in the region of Central Asia. You're also an UNESCO expert on intangible cultural heritage, but also an artist yourself. I also invite our participants to read your biography, because there's much more that I cannot say all here. So I would be very happy to hear from your perspective, how do you see the cooperative model as an answer to this important challenge?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to this so important meeting and roundtable to share our experience in Central Asia and Kyrgyzstan. You know, can I ask you to show my presentation, please, on the screen?
Yes, our colleagues are working on that. Just a few seconds, please.
You know, Kyrgyzstan applied to UNESCO for inscribing two elements of intangible cultural heritage, which is Kyrgyz traditional felt carpets, shirdak and alakis, which was done in 2012, and the yurt, Kyrgyz and Kazakh traditional felt dwelling, which was inscribed in 2014. Why I'm talking about these two elements? Because, yes, next please.
Sorry for the little delay, please.
It's okay. So next please, next slide please. So here you can see this Kyrgyz felt dwelling, which is produced both for the local and international market. And it is done by our craftsmen, by handmade, and mostly produced by co-ops in the rural area. Next, please. And here you can see these two types of traditional felt carpets. It is pressed felt carpets, alakis, and cut felt carpet, shirdak. Why it is so important to divide these types of felt carpets? Because later you can see it is two completely different techniques, even if most of them are produced of the wool and felt. Next, please. And the inclusion of shirdak and alakis and yurt into the list of intangible cultural heritage of UNESCO became a very big cultural event for Kyrgyz people, and received positive responses in the minds and hearts of all craftsmen. And this fact was perceived by the public as recognition of the contribution of the Kyrgyz people to the world treasury of culture, and provided a powerful impetus to the activation of the craft movement in all regions of the country. Next, please. Here you can see these leaders of our craft communities, and in these communities they are united in co-ops which produce both shirdak and yurts. Next, please. And most of the carriers of the felt traditions and members of co-ops are women, particularly living in high mountainous areas of the country. And typical portrait of the felt carpet maker is a rural woman in her age of mid-50s and having several children, and mostly not necessarily sitting home, but can work. But in agriculture sphere. And mostly they work with whole families, which helps very much to continue these traditions, cultural traditions by generations. Next, please. And the biggest market for craftsmen for these co-ops which produce the shirdaks. It is local touristic market, which is where these shirdaks are very popular, but also not only local but also international market. They made it for export also, and they are united also not just by cooperatives but also by Kyrgyz Craft Council and different associations like Shirdakchi. For example, in Kyrgyzstan at the moment there are about 525 co-ops in general, agricultural co-ops, and only in one Naren province there are over 10 co-ops, and in one co-op in Kochkor village, which unites many different groups, kind of co-ops from different villages and exported to abroad of Kyrgyzstan, there are about over 300 women craftsmen. Next, please. So, and as I told already, you can see here this local leader of one co-op who is uniting over 25-30 women, and she is sitting at the local market at the festivals which we have every year. We have every month actually we have that market for where these co-ops can locate their production, and they have their own apprentices, and they also train young generation invited and paid by local NGOs. Next, please. And I cannot. I should talk about not only craftsmen, but also farmers, because they also are united by co-ops. They feed these sheep, and then, next please, and then they provide wool to women who develop it and made from it felt. Next please. Here you can see different types of technology, how they produce this cultural product, a la keys. Next. Next, please. You can see it is very hard handmade work. Next, please. Which requests a lot of time and power. And here you can see one of the biggest festivals for the felt shirdak carpet in our area. It is international felt carpet where people come, buyers come to buy these felt carpets from all over the world. Next, please. I will tell later why I included this product also. Next. Here you can see our showroom in abroad in Europe with our production of felt. This is exported products. Here you can see shirdak, felt carpets, but also some other felt production like slippers and hats. Next, please. And why I put these other products, not just felt carpets. Next, please. They are very popular and extremely requested by international fashion market, because unfortunately the shirdak and yurt, they are very requested by local market, but Alaki's felt carpet unfortunately disappearing. Anyway, even if our NGOs and craftsmen try very much to develop it, but if there is no request of the market, so it cannot be developed. But this Alaki's technique is developed to different ways. Can you show previous slide, please? You can see here both dress and some souvenirs and toys, etc. Very different small production. Previous, please. And also some slippers and hats. You can see beautiful stuff of very high quality and produced in Alaki's technique. So we can say that it means that even if one kind of felt Kyrgyz traditional felt carpet in Alaki's technique is not used so much at present days, but the technique itself, it did not die. So, and we hope to develop it in further. And what I would like to say is that this traditional felt, Kyrgyz traditional felt carpets itself are the treasure and intangible elements of intangible cultural heritage, but also cooperative movement itself is also very important part of our traditional culture, and it supports to safeguard our other elements of our traditional culture. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Shumbeva. Thank you for bringing the gender perspective, which is very much important, as we know that especially in craft, women are overrepresented, so it's very important as well to underline that. Now we are moving to Morocco, and our next speaker is Mrs. Wayam Aziz. Mrs. Aziz is an entrepreneur, previously involved in a cooperative active in the Argan tree sector. So without waiting, because we are a bit running out of time, Ms. Aziz, I'm giving you the floor.
Hello, hope you all doing well. I'm so happy to be with you today and represent my project, which is like Anya Bio. Could I speak French?
Yes, sure. French is one of the languages,
no
problem.
Donc, je m'appelle Wayam Aziz.
So my name is Wayam Aziz. I'm from Morocco, and I'm very happy to be with you and to take part in this event. As you just said, in a previous life, I worked for a cooperative here in Morocco, a cooperative that was mainly working with argan oil. Argan oil is a part of our cultural heritage here in Morocco. It is one of the main elements which I was interested in. I wanted to know more about argan oil and how to create more value with it. For those who don't know it, argan oil is oil that is rich in vitamin E and D, and that is known for its nutritional and regenerating, restructuring properties. It's a rare oil, which is typical of Morocco. What I noticed was that the women members of the cooperative I worked for were taken care of, and that the high quality argan oil would contribute to an extra 20% of income if you compare it with farmers on the same territory. The cooperative also takes care of other services, for instance, literacy lessons, the cooperative can also take care of the children and also offer some microcredits or microloans, rather. It can also offer paid jobs, and by doing so, women have a higher status level. So women are prompted to study to get a higher social status, and also to send their children to school. They are also prompted to develop their business and to improve their family situations. You know, these women often live in rural and remote areas where it is difficult to find a job. After this work in the cooperative, after looking into the issues and challenges faced by these women, I noticed that the main issue was how to value the work of those women, how also to bring added value to the argan oil and to the tree, the argan tree. Hence, my idea to set up a platform not just for the cooperative I belong to, but a cooperative platform that is open to all cooperatives that are using the argan trees, and that are also working with other products that are typical of Morocco or Africa. So through this platform, our aim is to develop the use of those products. We will also encourage producers to present and develop their production and to move towards high quality products. So we will help these women to get a good level of salary that will prompt them to improve both their personal and professional lives, and also to develop themselves. So the real issue in our project is how to give value to the work performed by those rural women in the cooperative, and how to give greater value to argan tree-based products. So that is the reason why we've set up the Anabio platform. So the name speaks for itself in Moroccan, of course. It refers to the natural beauty. So our project today is to develop further this platform. And so this is really our fight. We are just at the very beginning of the process. So much for the project. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mrs. Aziz, and we wish every success to your project. In fact, your presentation is complementary to the previous one, so thank you for bringing this gender dimension as well.
Moving to the next speaker, Mr. Fazial Khan from Fiji. Are you with us, Mr. Khan? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. And we can hear you. So just in 2 words to introduce you, you're working for the government on Fiji, but you're also committed to support cooperative development in Fiji. And if I'm not wrong, you already collaborated in the past several times with ICA and with its regional office in Asia Pacific. So how do you see cooperatives contributing to preserve cultural heritage in Fiji, Mr. Khan?
Thank you for the opportunity to also share some light on the cooperative movement in Fiji, and also with regards to the very interesting topic that we have before us in regards to preserving our culture, and how the cooperative model is seen as a tool to undertake such activities. This by way of introduction, my name is Fazial and I am the Director and Registrar of Cooperatives for Fiji. By those who don't know who Fiji is located in the South Pacific and is home to about 900,000 Fijians. So we are a very small country, less than 1 million population, and we have a very relatively young population with close to 70% below the age of 40. Given that we are located in the South Pacific, we are very much dependent on the tourism industry, which is a sort of the main contributor to GDP. Pre-COVID times, the tourism sector contributed close to 40% towards our GDP. Coming back to the cooperative movement, there's close to 430 cooperatives operating in Fiji across 14 sectors, and collectively they hold more than 130 million worth of assets. That's Fijian dollars. There are close to 30,000 Fijians part of the cooperative movement, and the regulators are the Department of Cooperatives to the Ministry of Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport, who are also the administrators of the Cooperative Act. Coming back to this topic, we believe in Fiji there are two ways in which we sort of preserve our culture, both in intangible ways and also intangible ways. Given that we are hidden away or tucked away in the South Pacific, our culture and traditions has kept us going. It has also sustained us and has kept us quite resilient. Given our small size and remoteness, we cannot survive individually. Our culture is very much community driven, and this is portrayed by given the fact that more than 90% of our land in Fiji is communally owned. So you can see that communal way of living is in our DNA. The cooperatives concept or the cooperative model is the equivalent to the local concept of Solo-Solo-Waki concept. The Solo-Solo-Waki concept essentially means people working together and helping each other for the greater good. So this concept of Solo-Solo-Waki concept is very much locally and very much traditionally connotations are attached to that. This is ingrained in the principles of the cooperatives, is also stipulated in the Cooperative Act. And we have also noticed how culture and traditions are kept alive in our bylaws. For example, the membership of cooperatives are sometimes determined by which family unit you belong to, or which sort of customary rights you own, or which sort of traditional assets that you own. So that is sort of, in one way, we feel that, or intangible ways, we feel that how the cooperatives has adopted intangible way of our tradition and cultures. If we move on to the tangible ways, we feel that a bit more work needs to be done in terms of preserving our culture traditionally. For instance, but we also understand and respect the cultural sensitivity in working around this space here. And we would like to learn from our colleagues in this forum the best industrial practices. We have seen a number of handful cooperatives in Fiji who are able to produce traditional handicrafts such as tapa or tano artifacts. For instance, the cooperative that operates, some of the cooperatives that operate in the most remote part of Fiji are able to produce a tano. A tano is basically a big wooden basin that is specifically crafted for consuming kava. Kava is our most traditional drink in Fiji, and they sell this sort of wooden basins or tanos to tourists in their outlets. So through that, it is they're able to earn an income and support their families. And these crafters are specially gifted and have only a certain skill and only possess a certain skill in terms of crafting. And we are glad that we are able to form this group of crafters into a cooperative. And these crafters have we also spoke about intergenerational conservation. We've also known that these crafters have also opportunity to train the next generation in terms of preserving this culture or this particular skill. We have also seen women-led cooperatives craft traditional artifacts such as mats, toys, and artifacts and traditional artifacts that sells exclusively to tourist outlets. However, as policymakers, we must continue to create a conducive environment for our crafters to thrive, and also an element probably that needs to be considered or touched on is the issue of trademarks and making it more accessible to our cooperatives and micro businesses. Therefore, I would like to ask or look towards ICA and UNESCO and industry experts to see how other countries are able to preserve their cultures through the cooperative models. We would like to replicate the length and the benefits of this cooperative to the cooperative members, whether it is in the form of frameworks or roadmaps that allows us in Fiji to preserve our culture and traditions through the cooperatives. I would also like to put forward a proposal that if a scoping of feasibility study could be undertaken in this part of the world, in the South Pacific region, given that in the South Pacific, we are very much ingrained and very much communal living and very much strong with our traditions. And if that could be undertaken, and we could also learn from our counterparts from the European and African nations. With those few words, I wish to conclude my presentation today. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Khan, for bringing your testimony and your point of view. Now I move to our last speaker, who I have the chance to have on my left here in the room, Ms. George Oates, based in UK. She's the founder and director of the Flickr Foundation that work alongside the well-known Flickr Corporation, but she's also a fellow at the Institute of Cooperative Digital Economy. So my question is to you would be, can the cultural heritage be cooperatively owned?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's George Oates, and I'm an Australian designer living in London. I'll just have a short introduction, and then we can get into the broader discussion. But yeah, as mentioned, I come here wearing two hats. The first hat belongs to George, the student. I'm a research fellow at the Institute for Cooperative Digital Economy at the New School in New York, where I'm researching the commons, and in particular the knowledge commons and how it could be transformed in this 21st century. My second hat belongs to George, the director, where I'm the first leader at the new organisation called the Flickr Foundation. Its purpose is to help steward the online photo sharing platform Flickr and keep it safe for 100 years. A little background about Flickr might be useful. Flickr was born in 2004. That's 18 years ago, which may as well be 100 years in internet time. It contains tens of billions of images, from the very first days of photography to the picture I posted of the delicious waffle I had for breakfast just today. There are images of every country, our daily lives, of important events, and everything in between. The platform has even been referred to as a World Heritage Site. It's undoubtedly one of the largest image collections humanity has ever assembled. It's not an ancient monument, it's being made in real time. And I believe today that we're pouring our shared cultural heritage into digital platforms usually owned by corporations, including Flickr, and that it's time to reassess and realign how these shared histories are managed and indeed owned. I don't know if a cooperative model is right yet, but the major challenge I see is that corporations are not social institutions, and yet they underpin a great deal of our cultural production today. They're motivated by profit, not equity. They're not necessarily evil, though, in all cases. Let's just state that. And we've even seen during the history of Flickr itself that the economic pressure of divesting it nearly destroyed it. In this risky economic context, it's my position that Flickr must be seen more like a valuable archive and therefore must be treated differently than a product that people can buy. The company acknowledges this and has in fact supported the creation of the Flickr Foundation, which is a US non-profit corporation. The Flickr company holds minority seats on the foundation's board, and also the foundation also enjoys wide support from within the company. And that's why I'm wearing both hats and very happy to be here today. The foundation's goal is to work out how to make this Flickr archive last for 100 years, and it's my suspicion that a cooperative approach will help us achieve that. Thank you.
Wow. Oh, you're leaving us with some suspense. We hope so. Well, thanks to all of our speakers.
Muchísimas gracias a nuestros oradores. Siempre es muy frustrante porque acabamos de escuchar realmente unos testimonios, historias fantásticos y muy interesantes, y desgraciadamente no tenemos más tiempo para continuar, con lo cual voy a devolver la palabra a nuestro responsable de sesión. Muchísimas gracias. Muchísimas gracias a los
Well, thank you very
panelistas.
much
Muchísimas gracias a
to the
Diana
panelists.
por
Thank you, Diana, for moderating this
encargado de la
session. Please feel free to
moderación,
ask
y
your
no duden
questions.
en now we arrive to the second round table, cooperatives in the cultural and creative sector. That will be moderator Íñigo Albizuri. I would like to call the different panelists. We have here three of our panelists. Yvonne Jadul from Smart Belgium, Francesca Martinelli from Dog Services, Italy, thank you Francesca, as well as Rebecca Harvey from the UK. Please have a seat here. And Íñigo, you have the floor, if you please. Thank you. Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me properly? Thank you. Yes, yes, we can hear you properly. All right. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon to all of you. I'm delighted to be able to moderate this panel with speakers as interesting as those we have here. Although we need to insist on the question whether the cooperative model is a good model or not, because we know that this model is better to manage arts, to manage artists, and to manage any field of everyday life. I'm really surprised when people ask me if business models that are managed by workers are reliable. I would like to remind you that democracies are governance models that are managed by the voters. So today we're going to have the opportunity to listen to very valuable witnesses on the role played by cooperativism in the creative industry. And I think that we will be able to undo a myth, because creativity is not only, or cooperatives are not related to one person, because history has taught us that history is conveyed by people. Culture means creativity and arts. But let's introduce our panelists. We have four very important panelists. I would like to ask you to please respect the 5-minute time. First of all, Yvonne Jadul, Secretary General, Smart Belgium. Yvonne, you have the floor.
Je parlerai en français sur les questions qui m'ont été posées dans le cadre de ce panel.
Yes, I'd like to speak French to answer these questions for this panel. Now, of course, I'm not going to give you all the historical information and tell you about the link between cooperatives and the movement of commons. And I will not come back to cultural heritage as a whole. I would like to give you another approach from a functional point of view, because there is a link that exists between the movement of cooperatives and the movement of commons we're going to mention now. And for me, it is quite obvious this link does exist. It is very important, and it should be even more important in the future. And I believe this will not come as a surprise to you. There is a clear link between the movement of cooperatives and the commons. Values related to solidarity, democracy that has been mentioned on several occasions today, but also when it comes to participation for people who contribute to the projects, to cooperatives or other activities related to commons. There is also a long-term vision, which is quite different from the capitalistic movement that is focusing on the short term, and then this need to have a local basis. And I believe that this link is obvious, and we will all agree to say that the commons and the cooperatives share the same values. And I believe that we should strengthen this link, because if commons and cooperatives want to compete with capitalistic movements or neoliberal forces, then they should be united and speak with one voice, because we're facing capitalistic forces that cannot be neglected. They're quite considerable. But we believe that these two movements could be united to send a clear message to citizens and to the public as a whole. There are important values in cooperatives and commons because they promote these important values for us. And I'd like to tell you about the organization I work for, SMART, and this is related to the topic of this panel today. For France and for Belgium, I was not able to analyze the situation in other countries. Cooperatives that are active in the cultural sector were not a majority, far from it. In France, for example, cooperatives active in the cultural sector account for less than 15% of all cooperatives, and in Belgium, it's even less. Even those statistics can be biased for the moment because there is a reform that is currently being put into place in Belgium, and it's reforming everything, and it has consequences on the definition of cooperatives. So we'll have to see how many cooperatives we have left. But I can tell you that the number of cooperatives active in the cultural sector is quite limited in France and Belgium. We do have some cooperatives, but they do not represent the majority. And we can wonder why. Why do we have so few cooperatives active in the cultural sector? Now, I can only put forward a series of hypotheses. I didn't have the time to look into it. But actually, if you work in a movement of cooperatives or commons, the individual dimension is blended into a collective dimension, and that is more complicated in the cultural sector. Well, actually, that's a question mark. Then we know that there is a strong competition in the cultural world to have the right to exist and to develop your project. So maybe this competition leads people to carry out their project from an individual point of view instead of adopting a collective dimension. And then you have another issue that is related to property. And this is another question, because in the cultural world, in the artistic sector, when a piece of art is created, because this is often the starting point of a process. You have someone creating a work of art, and then you have this property right, and this property right is often seen as an individual right. And maybe it's more complicated to manage that in the cultural sector. This is another question I would like to raise here to contribute to the debate. And maybe that individual approach is more difficult compared to this collective dimension that is important when working with cooperatives. Then I'd like to come to the organization I work for, SMART. As I said earlier, SMART is a cooperative that is active in a series of sectors, but at the beginning it was created in the cultural sector, in the artistic sector, with creative professionals. And for those of you who may not know it, SMART is not referring to the word smart in English, i.e. intelligent. It's actually an acronym, which is actually a mutual company for artists. So this form of a cooperative already existed 25 years ago. And for the last 7 to 8 years ago, for the last 7 or 8 years, Smart has become a cooperative. Thanks to the members of the association, they really wanted to transform this company into a cooperative. And I would like to highlight 2 challenges related to that. Smart is a cooperative, but it's very close to the cultural and artistic sectors, but not only, because of course we still have cultural stakeholders, but they do no longer represent the majority of the members of Smart. They represent 40% of our members, and they're still very important to us, but we're also active in other sectors today. And I would like to draw your attention on 2 points here. Throughout our history, and this was not clearly decided, but quite naturally, we started to open up to other sectors because more and more workers, autonomous workers and freelancers came to see us to see what was the model we set up for the artists, for the cultural sector. And those people were working in the field of the well-being, digital, in manual jobs, yoga teachers, and they realized that their situation was quite similar to the situation of art and cultural workers, because sometimes they can work, sometimes they have quiet periods without work. And so little by little, other members joined us, and the cooperative became very diverse and brought together very different sectors. And thanks to that, we were able to open up the cultural sector to other sectors. Now, of course, there were pros and cons. First, the advantage during the COVID crisis. Oh, I have to finish now, but I still have 2 minutes, please. The cultural sector was really affected and impacted by COVID. We were submitted to strong restrictions, and it was not the case for all sectors. So for Smart, this was an advantage because other sectors were not impacted by these restrictions, and we were able to show solidarity with the cultural sector. For example, we had a social help plan because some workers could go on working during the COVID crisis, and we were able to offer that support to professionals from the cultural sector. They were able to benefit from social benefits up to 500,000 euros. Then there is another advantage because Smart is offering co-working services. And within these services, we try to avoid people working only with people of the same sector, you know, to be isolated, fragmented, and we really try to promote exchanges and economic partnerships between these partners. And this is a real advantage for the cultural sector because they cannot work in a silo. They should not consider themselves as being unique, even though, of course, culture is unique, and this is a cultural heritage that should be preserved and protected. But it is important for the cultural sector to open up to the world and to go and meet other sectors. And this is the end of my contribution. Thank you very much.
Tenemos que excusar hoy la presencia de Caroline Woodward por un tema de salud y esto nos da un poquito más de margen para manejar los tiempos. No obstante, os pido brevedad. Gracias, Ivonne, porque has comentado, has sacado temas muy interesantes a debate, ¿no? Es cierto que la autoría de los artistas y los derechos es un tema importante, sin embargo, me hace recordar que en el ámbito industrial, donde hay un montón de cooperativas, se manejan muchas patentes y esto, sin embargo, no es óbice ni cortapisa para que la producción industrial se haga en conjunto, ¿sí? Solo como recordatorio. En cualquier caso, Smart es un ejemplo en la industria. Quizás Francesca Martinelli nos pueda complementar esta visión, ¿no? Desde Doc Servizi y desde su perspectiva italiana. Adelante, Francesca.
Thank you, Inigo. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you for introducing me, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depends on where you're listening. I'm very glad to be here and have the chance to discuss with all of you this great topic I'm really interested in. I work in Doc Servizi, but I'm also a researcher, and I'm the director of the Centro Studi Doc Foundation, and thanks to this role, I also did last year a research for SECOP. After almost 1 year of research, interviews, and writing, I published with them the report Lights On. You can see here. You can find this report on the SECOP's website, and it's a report dedicated to the answer of cooperatives to undeclared work. And in this report, I also highlight the condition of cultural and creative workers, because, of course, they suffer from higher level of precariousness than workers in other fields in Europe. Many of them are non-standard workers. There is a higher rate of self-employment. And for this reason, they have limited access or not access at all to social protection schemes. They have difficulty to access representation, so there is a lack of bargaining power, they are isolated, they work undeclared. And so, to face this uncertain panorama since the 80s in Europe, above all artists, but in general workers in the entertainment, cultural and creative industries, established cooperatives, and usually they chose worker cooperatives because in worker cooperatives they obtain the double role, the double status of member and workers. As members, they can decide how to build the cooperative, and they usually choose to build the cooperative keeping a certain level of autonomy in the management of their daily activity, of their daily business. But as workers, they also access to the opportunity to share resources, the responsibility, obtain decent working conditions, have more sustainable careers, and also become part of a community of peers. Among cultural and creative cooperatives, we can find cooperatives that have workers with the legal status of self-employed, while other cooperatives provide workers with the more protective status of employees. And one of the oldest cooperatives that was created in this field is the Italian Doc Servizi. It was created as a worker cooperative in Verona in 1919 by 10 musicians that wanted to obtain better working conditions and fight undeclared work. And in this cooperative, members combine the self-employment and intellectual independence of freelancers with the social protections that are due to employees because they are hired by the cooperative. Today, Doc Servizi is part of a bigger network of 8 companies, and 5 are cooperatives, and like Smart, we started with the entertainment fields, but then many other workers that are freelancers knock our doors and ask to enter. So there are now 5 cooperatives that cover all the cultural and creative industries, from musicians to technicians, dancers, journalists, IT workers, and so forth. And the cooperative, the network, has 8,700 members in Italy, and we foresee 55 million euros in 2022. This network offers many services to the members. There is the accounting, the billing, the classical service to manage their activity, this continuous activity, but also specific services such as travel agency, training, community to work in it, offices to work abroad, and also digital platform, which is very useful to manage this continuous activity in autonomy and transparency. Wrapping up, in my opinion, cooperatives like Doc Servizi are very useful for workers of the cultural and creative field because they can regain the control over their work. And regain control over work for me means first, regain control on jobs dynamics, because this cooperative improve working conditions through practices of mutualization, sharing of responsibility, and they also don't have to give up on flexibility, which is very important in this field, but today in many freelancers' work. Second of all, they regain control over the means of production, and this is related to the topic of ownership we were talking just before with Yvonne. Because of course, creative and cultural workers produce lots of goods, and the cooperative help to avoid the exploitation of these goods that they produce, intellectual goods, and also the spread and the redistribution of wealth among the members of the cooperative. And if they use the technology, it's the same. The technology is built in around and tailored around the needs of workers, and so workers have the control of the technology. Third, workers regain the control over jobs dynamics because they can regain a voice. We have to consider that usually these workers, as I said before, are very isolated, so it's very difficult also for them to reach trade unions. But above all, if they become employees of the cooperative, they can be recognized by unions, they can be protected by collective bargaining agreement, they can exercise the union rights, and there are also cases in which the cooperative can play a spokesperson role for these workers. So concluding, we see that today, if we consider all the cooperatives that work in this way, not only the entertainment ones, we have more or less 60,000 workers in Europe working in this kind of cooperatives. And honestly, I hope that this event will spread the word about the role that the cultural and creative cooperatives can have in guaranteeing fair working conditions for cultural and creative workers. Thank you.
A technical problem that Inigo may have. So I'm here close to me, Rebecca Harvey from the Cooperative News. So Rebecca, please, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Lara. Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you everybody here and everybody joining us online, joining us from around the world as well. So for those of you who don't know, Co-op News is a magazine and a news website about and for co-ops around the world. We're based in Manchester in the UK, and last year we celebrated 150 years of being in print. So we've talked a little bit about longevity and cross-generational. So yeah, 150 years, I'm happy with that. Before I go any further, I'd just like to set out two sides of the coin of co-ops and culture as I see it, because for me they're both very important and very relevant to our discussion today and what we hope to achieve. And it's almost a simplification actually of the dimensions of culture that Professor Newman spoke about earlier. So on the one side, there's the culture of cooperating, the verb, the doing, the kind of the intangible, if you will. And this needs to be supported through education, awareness raising, collaborations with other like-minded and relevant sectors like the social and solidarity economy, social enterprises, community interest groups, and also by non-co-op entities as well. And then on the other side, there are cooperatives who are themselves active in a form of cultural or heritage activity, so cooperative, the noun. So these are the organisations, the tangible, and these need to be supported both by co-ops and also their own sector or apexes alike. And of course these aren't mutually exclusive by any means, but for me they are slightly different, and I think they do need thinking about in slightly different ways. And for me the link between those two parts is education and action on relevant sustainable development goals, in particular SDG 8 on decent work. So Co-op News. Co-op News isn't a worker co-op like many other media or creative co-ops are. It was set up by the retail movement in the UK, who in the 1870s felt it was very important to have their own but independent press organ to report on what was happening in the co-op movement, both in the UK and internationally. So we're now a multi-stakeholder co-op owned by individuals and organisations around the world, and our role is to amplify cooperative culture in all its forms both internally and externally, so that co-ops can learn from each other, and at the same time, those outside the movement can learn about it as well. And it's actually been really interesting to see a growth in the number of stories we've written about cultural co-ops, particularly over the last 10 to 15 years, as people start organising themselves differently, particularly in response to different crises. So one of the most recent examples we've covered is called Felt Nout, and it's a comedy co-op based in North East England. So when the pandemic hit, the industry was going overnight with very, very little support available. And so a group of comedians decided to pool their efforts to find and create work together, and they put on comedy nights over Zoom. And another one is the Bevy, and the Bevy is a cooperative pub in Brighton on the south coast. It's based in a neighbourhood with very, very high levels of economic deprivation, and they recently, I'm getting feedback here. And they recently released a statement addressing the UK's current cost of a living crisis. But instead of focusing on the challenges, what they did was spoke more on what it is offering its communities. And this included lunch clubs, its school uniform repair, free kids activities. And they've also partnered with the East Brighton Food Cooperative, which delivers 900 meals out to the community using the pub's own kitchen. So it's a truly cooperative culture they're building there. It's cooperation in action, and it's cooperation among cooperatives. So Co-op News isn't by any means the first or the only journalism cooperative around. There are quite a few of us. But what's special about cooperative journalists and co-op media is that they have the freedom to investigate and comment and advocate on behalf of their members in a way that traditional media doesn't because of political or financial constraints. Of course, some of the media co-ops emerging right now are actually Phoenix organisations from newspapers and other media organisations that haven't survived either the evolving technologies or the rise of ambient news consumption through the likes of social media. So in 2019, for example, 6 regional daily newspapers in Quebec were saved from closure after their parent company filed for bankruptcy, yeah. They are now run in a slightly different form by the National Cooperative Independent Information, which has around 350 worker members. So these new news cooperatives are often smaller, more agile, and have the contact in their members' own communities to generate news that matters to them and tell the stories that need to be told. As a closing point, I'd just like to say that, as part of our 50th anniversary year, the UK's Journal of Cooperative Studies kindly put together a very special edition looking at the co-op movement's complicated relationship with the press. And in the opening editorial it says, and I'm going to quote here, it says, as the primary sense-making process of modernity, journalism thus largely defines and distorts cooperation in the popular imaginary. Cooperators therefore neglect the evolving and ubiquitous power of the press at their peril. But you can also flip that. Co-ops can't neglect culture either. As Martin Lowry said at the very beginning, it's literally in the ILO 193 definition of cooperatives. So co-ops voluntarily meet common economic, social and cultural needs. So that would be my message today, and also my ask of this side event is don't neglect the culture of cooperation, don't neglect co-ops who work in culture, and also don't neglect the journalists, whether they're cooperative or not, who can help you tell these stories of co-op culture and who you can use to help build a more sustainable future. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Rebecca.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I'm sorry for the technical issues that we experienced. I totally concur with what you just said. And Francesca was talking about the feeling of loneliness of some artists. And I think that really journalists are going to play a very important role so that the artists don't feel that they are on their own. And finally, we're going to give the floor to Amrul Hakim, co-founder of SAMA, in order to have the point of view of the East. You have the floor, Amrul.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Good evening, everyone. I'm 17 years. I have 17 years of experiences in journalism, and I decided to leave the mainstream media as I feel that they are not belong to the people. So I decided to form a cooperative for media as well as for film. Why we make be a media cooperative because because media has been the major owned by the conglomerates or the typhoons. These are the medias in Indonesia that are the typhoons in Indonesia, media typhoons in Indonesia, and they are not always pro people, and they are mostly supporting the political parties. That's why I leave the media mainstream, and I decided to co-found the cooperative for media. From the mainstream media, they create the mainstream news, they create sentiments for political interests, for their political parties' interests, and create their oligarchy. And the Pairs Council, they are not really playing the role they are not really playing the role in protecting us, simply because we are not being supported by advertise agencies. According to the Pairs Council, only media that are funded by the advertising are the ones that can be protected by the Pairs Council, different than the co-op media that is owned by members. Hence, the product that is produced by Sama Co-op was not yet published because we were not supported and we were not protected. Although we did research and elaborate and collect facts from the grassroots. That's why at the time Sama ID only published common articles, not investigative type of articles. So me and my friends decided to co-found Indonesian Film Cooperative as the way out, because most Indonesian community are not much educated through writings, but most of them are educated through films or motion pictures. So through this cooperative, we have the room, we have the opportunity to be more creative. So here is the two scopes of creative economy within our co-op. The creative economy based on art and culture, and based on design, media, and technology. This is the map for us when managing our co-op. These are our members who are having also activities and business in film, and they are involved in our co-op. This is our these are our main activities: film community networking, joining international and national. Joining national and international, as well as a production of local film. So these are some of the activities we did in the past, and here we try to record the activities of the farmers, and we involve the local youth in developing the film, in making the film. We also educate them how to make the movies, how to produce film, and to screen the movies. These are in farmers community, and this one is within the fishery communities in Pari Island. This one in Kendal Regency within the farmers community. We did the local screening films. We, together with Greenpeace, we also have the activities in the port of Sunda Kelapa in Jakarta. This is when we joining the national event for the Grand Four movies. This is when we becoming the jury for film festival and competition. This is when we facilitate the FGD and share the ideas about cooperative within the film industry. This is the one that we collaborate with the train state-owned company, the one that is showed behind the passengers' seats. This is when we involve as the consultant to design and to deliver the TOT for making films within the Ministry of Labor. This one is collaboration with the Black House from Cooperative from England. It was supposed to be supported by the British Council, but since we are co-op and we already have a collaboration with Black House from Cooperative, then according to British Council, we are already independent, that they decided not to continue providing grant to us. For us, for me personally, these two books are the one that gave me so much insights and also inspiration to form the Indonesian Film Cooperative. Thank you and see you later.
Muchísimas gracias a ti, Amrul, y a todos.
Thank you very much, Amrul, and thanks to all the participants. The message is that we have plenty of cooperative examples of good artistic management, and we don't have time enough to touch upon all of them in such a small session. Thank you very much. Greetings to Caroline. Get well soon. It would have been super interesting to see and to hear also your perception from ARCO for minorities and culture next time. And now I give the floor to Leire. Leire, are you there?
Muchas gracias, Íñigo. Bien, ahora tomaremos un break.
Thank you, Íñigo. We are having a break, 5 minutes break, and for those online and for those that want to keep on seeing us, we'll project a video. It's a 3 minutes clip from Cooperatives and Mutual Wealth about Robert Owen. And they explain the letters that were registered when he launched the idea of cooperative as intangible cultural heritage. A small break for a quick coffee or tea, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Shemai, and greetings from Wales. It was a very different world 250 years ago when Robert Owen was born in Newtown. UNESCO rightly proclaimed Owen's 3,000 letters, essentially in recognition of his patient determination to transform communities and the world for the benefit of all, and its contribution to advancing the significance of
Contribución
free
para
education
avanzar con
for
el
all.
significado de la educación
This
gratuita para
slide
todos.
shows
Esta
Owen,
diapositiva
his
muestra a
handwriting,
Owen, su
and a
escritura,
crucial
y
quotation
una cita
about the
crucial
creation of
sobre la
happiness.
creación de felicidad.
Owen was also a pioneer in infant education, as this slide shows. Here we see pupils dancing at lessons at the New Lanark Institute. Education is as fundamental to the life of Robert Owen as it is to the cooperative movement. Now in the land of his birth, Owen is little known. Cooperatives have disappeared from our school textbook. Misunderstandings occur when cooperation is seen as collaboration rather than as an alternative economic system. What could we, as a small group of cooperators, do to foster cooperative identity and culture? This slide shows a collaboration between cooperators, community activists, and educationalists. This being one of 6 free access conferences organized to spread Owen's ideals. Our next slides show pupils being interviewed by our First Minister about Robert Owen, and also outside of Robert Owen Museum in Newtown. We are now working with 2 high schools and the Cooperative Heritage Trust and others to influence our education system to promote the cooperative identity, heritage, and cooperative teaching methods in our new curriculum. This slide from Sarah Vicari captures a challenge to us all, making the connection between global climate change, social economic crisis, and gross inequalities. The contribution of cooperatives and education in reimagining the world and changing it collaboratively. This final slide promotes our November event on cooperation and education that takes place to advance our work in schools in Wales to promote Owen's ideals and to highlight the cooperative movement as part of the new curriculum.
Hola, ¿qué tal? El break parece que ya termina.
Hi there, the break is over. I hope you had the opportunity to have a small break. Hello again. Now we are halfway through this conference, and just before crossing the Atlantic to continue with the second part of this event, from Costa Rica, we will invite the ACI president, Ariel Huarco, as well as the president of Cooperative from the Americas, Mrs. Graciela Fernandez, to share their reflections with us. Before giving the floor to these two leaders, the president of Cooperative Europe, Susan Westhausen, unfortunately couldn't be here with us because she had other engagements. As you know, today there's in Paris the Global Innovation Cooperative Summit. We know it's going very well and we are very glad about that. So if Ariel Huarco and Mrs. Graciela Fernandez are online, I will give the floor to Ariel first and to Graciela after him. Thank you very much. Hi, good morning. Lady, greetings to all of you. It's a privilege and an honor to be with you today. I'm very glad to share with my dear friend Graciela Fernandez Quinta from the Alliance to share with her this panel, as well as with all the participants. Our alliance, our International Cooperative Alliance, is very proud today to represent a movement with a big trajectory. We've been well known for years in the cooperative world as a cultural heritage. In the bet from the German colleagues that came to the whole movement at a global level, it's clear that our model is a heritage that is useful for development, for sustainable development for all of us. In our 33rd summit last year in Seoul, we had the chance to have a session about culture in our movement and to see how our movement and our identity as cooperatives is linked to this capacity of putting ideas and practices at the service of safeguard of the intangible cultural heritage, and how those ideas and practices justify by themselves being acknowledged as intangible cultural heritage. It's a very important topic for us, and it's also an opportunity as a movement to continue deepening our identity. In fact, it's a privilege to have in our global office the official copy of this original idea of putting together collective interests in cooperatives, which is within the list of tangible and intangible cultural heritage from UNESCO. We have this specific document as a present from the German organization. I would like also to take the opportunity to highlight our experience in cooperative management of the different elements that made every community, every village, and every country unique. I would like to share a specific case I know very well in my country. The cooperative movement as a whole with the government has been working many specific groups in terms of culture. And in this approach to the cultural world, in 1933, a cooperative declared a cultural activity as the main economic activity. Today, we have around 800 cooperatives of that same kind, and almost 300 of them were registered during last year. This will allow them to get support from the state and also from the cooperative sector, and they are recognized as something important for broadcasting cooperative identity, something they've been doing for years. Finally, I would like to mention that among the principles of this cooperative identity, we have the mandate to teach and inform our members as well as the community about the value of cooperatives for a sustainable world. In that sense, we expect to strengthen our links with international organizations as UNESCO. And from that recognition in 2016 to cooperation, it may help to incorporate our principles and values at different levels of the education system and to expand the possibility to create an economy from democracy and from mutual help. Dear friends, dear colleagues, I'm very glad to be here today, and I'm glad that we put cooperatives on the spot. Thanks to the organizers, to the government of Mexico as a host, also thanks to all people connected from all the world, and greetings from here. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ariel. Bien.
Thank you very much, Ariel. And now I give the floor to Graciela Fernandez. Thank you, Graciela, for being here. Hi, greetings to you all. Dear Mr. President, Dr. Ariel Huarco, dear representatives from UNESCO, from the Spanish government, from the Mexican government, dear participants, different organizations that were here in the first part of this conference. Greetings also to Inigo and Giuseppe. Dear COPAC, dear Leire, thank you very much for helping us and for organizing this event. For America, it's very important that we have visibility today as participants in this event organized by UNESCO. We believe it's a complex situation. The worldwide crisis from pandemic is a holistic crisis that is still there, and we know will make us stronger, even if it has consequences, not only in terms of simultaneous crisis we've been going through, but also adding the territory conflict in Ukraine with consequences all around the world. In the Americas, the COVID meant an increase in disequality, and and it has implications. It will have implications for years. Our region has been the region most affected in the world, with 187 million of infected people, and with 800,000 of dead people. It created an increase in the index of poverty, going into extreme poverty, and we reached 33% of the population affected by the situation. It means also a decrease also in supply chain, in conditions of life, and it's making the recovery of job losses very difficult. We still have lots to recover. For women, and almost men are at pre-pandemic level. COVID also generated a loss of labor, according to official statistics. And we also have an increase in informality because 1 out of 2 people work on the streets, and probably their sons and daughters didn't get back to school and they stayed at home to help to have input. These numbers are just to show the reality, and this data increase the difficulty of our situation, but we also prove resilience in all sectors, and we also confirm in front of the institutions that it's a referent for rebuilding and for recovery. So we are convinced that this situation that we got in 2016 being considered cultural heritage, we were able to keep it in the most difficult times. For America, recovering and resilience must be economic and social, but also it has to be translated in sustainability.
Local y global, y esa es nuestra apuesta al futuro.
We need to take care of our communities at the local and global level. We need to make a suggestion to our governments to have a new model. We need to carry out a new operation. We need to build confidence. We need to listen. We need to spread out our knowledge from the technical point of view, but also our ancestral knowledge. Cooperatives in America work for cooperative education in order to educate for sustainability, for democracy. This is something that is done with governments, as it is in Colombia, to offer 20% of their income to schools. They define the curricula in schools. In Brazil, Paraguay, and Argentina, they work very closely with education ministry. And many of them receive assistance from other countries, which is the case of the cooperative school in the UK, which is providing assistance to Chiapas. And we have many other examples in the US and the European Union. It is very important to create a culture of exchange and to get to know other cultures. I would like to sum up with this message. Jacqueline Novogratz created a company that provides funding to excluded women to put an end to moral exclusion. She says that society in the future will be based on very high technical standards, but also with core values. And we as cooperatives are moving forward. I would like to thank the UNESCO as well as the ICA, and I would like to say that education is really the red thread, which is very important for our next conference in Paraguay. We would like to underscore the importance of education. We are very keen on having more knowledge about this. I would like to thank you all, the cooperativists of all the countries. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind word. I'm very inspired, and I take note of the book that I will shortly read. So now, if I'm not mistaken, it's 7 o'clock in the morning in San Jose. Danilo Salerno, Director of Cooperatives in the Americas, is going to moderate this second part of the conference on education. Very good morning to colleagues in the Americas. Pura vida. Danilo, you have the floor. Very good morning, President, all the participants that are connected from many countries in the world. So very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the participants from all the regions and countries. I have the honor to moderate this panel where we're going to focus on how the cooperatives, how our organizations in education contribute to a large extent to the creation, the structuration of culture, and how we foster sustainable development. We have a panel with people from the US, Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, Costa Rica, and of course Uruguay. And we would like to showcase the integrated work that's carried out in education. And I would like to show a specific project because we have education systems and alliances, as our president has reminded us. I would like to start then with first panelist, Argan Oil. Argan is the Executive Director of Neighboring Food Cooperative Association in the US, and is part of the consultative group that was set up before the 33rd Congress held last year in order to deepen on strategies to see how this work has been structured in order to promote our identity and this is something that will keep us busy from different point of view. So it's a pleasure, Argan. You have the floor for you to present your lecture. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thanks so much, Danilo. It's such an honor to be with you all today as we explore the contribution of the cooperative movement to cultural policies that can help us build a more sustainable world. I bring greetings from NCBA CLUSA, the apex organization for co-ops and mutuals in the United States, as well as my own association, the Neighboring Food Co-op Association, which is a secondary co-op of food co-ops in the Northeast US. If I may, I want to begin my brief remarks with one of my favorite quotes on the linkage between cooperatives and education. Don Jose Maria Arizmendi, the inspiration for the Mondragon cooperative experience in the Basque region, is credited with stating that it's said that cooperativism is an economic movement that uses the methods of education. But then he goes on to assert that this definition can be modified to affirm that cooperativism is an educational movement that uses the methods of economics. As inspiring as they have been to my work, Arizmendi and Mondragon were not actually my introduction to the international cooperative movement. Neither was Robert Owen or the Rochdale Pioneers or the other early cooperators who are credited with placing education at the center of their efforts to empower working people, particularly in the face of the dramatic changes brought on by the Industrial Revolution. Rather, as a young anthropology student, I first learned about the cooperative movement from indigenous communities in Latin America and later in Africa and Asia that had harnessed this business model as a tool not only for sustainable economic development, but for the preservation of their local environments, their languages, their foodways, and their cultural traditions. These co-ops were then linked with those in more industrialized parts of the world through fair trade relationships that were rooted in shared values of mutual self-help, democracy, and equity. This alternative model for globalization of building economic, social, and cultural partnerships based in solidarity and mutual benefit involved a high level of community engagement and education. And it was a revelation for me, leading to a career in co-ops, a degree in co-op management from St. Mary's University in Nova Scotia, and my current work with food co-ops in the US that's focused on building food security, economic inclusion, and more sustainable food systems. As alluded to by previous speakers, while focused on the grocery sector, our co-ops have impacts in many unexpected ways relevant to this dialogue, such as sustaining local artisans, supporting cultural events, and significantly during the pandemic, providing a space for human connection. We're also actively involved in educational efforts, not only for our members, directors, and staff, but in the form of collaboration with universities in our region to raise the profile of cooperative enterprise among young people. As Danilo mentioned, I'm also pleased to serve on the board of NCBA CLUSA, which along with the ICA oversees the work of .coop, which is the steward of the cooperative movement's global online identity. And I've had the deep honor of working with colleagues from around the world on the ICA's Cooperative Identity Advisory Group, which has been tasked with supporting a global dialogue on the relevance of the cooperative identity to the challenges and opportunities that we see around us today. Of course, of particular relevance to this is our alignment with the UN's Sustainable Development Goals and our commitment to sustainability and our shared cultural heritage. And as a starting point for this dialogue, the committee's developed an online survey on the co-op identity, which has now been translated into 11 languages. And I want to encourage everyone to participate in the survey and share it in your networks. I believe a link has been posted in the chat. You can also visit ica.coop for more information. And as I wrap up, I just want to suggest that democracy, and particularly economic democracy, is not viable without a commitment to ongoing education. This was recognized from the start of our movement, and I believe it's central to the needs of our time today. And so in conclusion, I want to take the liberty of further modifying Arizmendi's statement to affirm that cooperativism is a cultural movement that uses the methods of education to empower people in their economic lives. Again, thank you for this opportunity to share a few thoughts with you all. I'm really looking forward to hearing from the speakers today and the outcomes of this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Erwin. Muchas gracias, Erwin, porque también con tu introducción.
Thank you very much, Erwin, because thanks to your vision as well as the insights and your experience, you mentioned the different points that make part of this panel, like democracy, for instance, which is very important for us.
Danilo, parece que te estamos perdiendo. ¿Nos oyes?
Danilo, we're losing connection. Can you hear us?
Creo que Danilo quería pasar al siguiente panel, quizá.
I think that Danilo wanted to move to the next panel. Danilo, you're back. Thank you very much. Thank you. You have the floor. Please go ahead. Yes, I resume. Yes. Yes, we were talking about education because this is being structured into a commitment, and we have different organizations in Brazil and Argentina. Thanks to the work of both organizations and thanks to the partnerships with public and private authorities, there was a close cooperation to be able to safeguard the cultural activities. So we have Fabiola Nader-Mota, General Manager of Brazilian Cooperatives, as well as Javier Dibiase, President of Sancor Seguro, so that they can explain their work within their organizations. Fabiola, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Nice. Thank you very much for the invitation, for being here. Is the sound okay?
Te escuchamos, sí.
Ok, gracias. ¿Podemos empezar?
All right, can we start?
Ahora sí.
I can't see you. All right.
Thank you very much, everyone here from Brazil. Just want to thank you for the opportunity of being here and say a little bit about what we have been doing here. I have a small presentation. I'm going to put it on if that's okay. And you all just tell me if it's working. So I just want to say, first of all, we, those who defend co-ops, we know the role the co-op model has in our society. We know co-ops prioritize people, they prioritize decent work, they contribute to a more sustainable and inclusive future. And as said in UNESCO's global report, they are a way for improving the quality of jobs while ensuring access to social protection and fostering local economic development. But we also know that it is urgent for us to put more emphasis on the nature and benefits of cooperation. International organizations and governments must do more to promote cooperatives as an economic model that put people before capital, and therefore it is a better model to strengthen decent work. Co-ops are doing their share by delivering products and services based on cooperation, by going into the communities that surround them and acting on behalf of local sustainable development. But we need to showcase the co-op's culture and identity. We have our own governance, our own identity and principles. In summary, we have our own way of doing business, a way that only brings positive consequences for the co-op members and society as a whole. Much is being said about collaborative economy, sharing economy, crowdfunding, gig economy, and crowdsourcing, and how new generations are looking for, or even being driven to, a new economic model. It is a desire to collaborate more, to do things in a different way. But if we are not vigilant, those business models are just simulating to be different. And again, are only worried about capital, hiding their dark side of job insecurity and poor labor standards. Therefore, it is up to us to bring forward the co-op identity and culture. In OCB, we are working with 3 strategic publics in order to do that. We focus on our co-op members and workers, in society in general, schools, academic, universities, and press, and also the decision makers. The parliamentary, the president of the republic and our ministers. And I want to show you, just here. I want to show you a few of our projects that we are working with these three strategic publics in order to showcase some opportunities that we've been trying to take in order to show the difference between our model and to show Brazilian culture, the collaboration could be a significant part of our culture. We have a project that works with volunteers once a year. It's a program that works with social and environmental responsibility, and where co-ops are stimulated to promote structured projects and volunteer actions for the benefit of the communities that surround our co-ops. It started in 2019, and each year it's growing. Our last year we had almost 1,500 co-ops, Brazilian cities working, receiving the more than 2,000 projects with 5 million people benefited. So our co-ops go out into the streets and show that they are worried about the community that surrounds them. And they involve in educational projects, they collect donations, they recover public spaces, they collaborate with schools, they do environmental projects, and they are always connecting those projects with the SDGs, the UN's SDGs. So more than 5 million people benefited last year. We also are promoting co-ops among in our co-ops, cooperation amongst our co-ops, because a lot of them don't, a lot of times they forget that they are a co-op, and we cannot allow them to do that. So we are trying to stimulate that they buy and they do business amongst each other. So during the pandemics, we rushed a project that we had about a digital platform where we put all our co-ops in them. We have about 1,000 co-ops in this digital platform to stimulate business among Brazilian co-ops. And we want them to be able to find each other all over Brazil. Brazil is a continental country and a really big country. And most of the times in our 5,000 co-ops, they don't realize that they have co-ops that could be doing business with them. So that's why we promote this digital platform. We have an award in Brazil every 2 years, a national recognition that highlights the best practice of co-ops all over Brazil, co-ops of all sectors, of all sizes, and we try to showcase the benefits that they have been doing to their members, to their communities. We have 8 categories, and we include innovation and environmental development on those categories. And in 2022, we had 797 projects of more than 500 co-ops that were registered, and the award is going to be given in December this year. And this one is a very important project that we also take a lot of effort into it. It's online education. For us, this is a project that goes inside the co-ops for the members, for the workers of the co-ops, but also we target the society. We target academics and universities. We have over 900 courses, online courses that we have more than 30,000 students in those courses, and they have a big range. We have courses about cooperative basics, like what is a co-op? How can you start your own co-op? Why is the co-op a better movement, a better way to do business? But we also have courses that help our leaders in our co-ops to do a better management, to have a better governance. We know our business model is different. It has its own culture, its own principles, but also its own governance and way to do management. So this online courses allows us to reach to those publics and give them a really good a range of courses that they can easily access online all the time. So it's been online for almost 2 years, this platform. So now it's getting more traction, more students, and we are promoting it more and more in Brazilian schools and universities, because up to now it was a little bit more restricted to the co-ops, but we wanted to get all over Brazil. For anyone who wants to know, who wants to learn what a co-op is, they can easily do that in this platform. But for those who don't have easy access to internet, we also have a lot of publications, a lot of material about co-ops, and we do them online, and we also print them in order to get them to the hands of more Brazilians. So we have publications, again, about what a co-op is, how can you start a co-op. You have here in the center how to start an energy supply co-op, but we also have publications that are targeted to our leadership, for the presidents, for the board of directors of our co-ops, and publications in general for the press, for the government, for society, about what a co-op is and the difference that it makes in Brazilian society. We also have actions targeting the universities and researchers, and we are trying to get more and more people to research what are the differences and the impacts, the benefits of the co-ops in Brazilian society. We didn't have we had very few studies about Brazilian co-ops, and therefore we decided to sponsor those researches. We do that by we transfer an amount of money for a Brazilian institution that is specialized in doing research. We don't choose who's going to do the research. We don't choose the themes. They do everything in order for us to have impartiality. But that's their specialty, and because of that, we can sponsor studies all over Brazil in order to address the impacts of the Brazilian co-op movement. And we also have a network of Brazilian researchers, and we do a summit with them every 2 years in order to talk about these studies and what's going on in Brazilian co-op movement. Last but not least, we have also a lot of work in our in representing Brazilian interests with the government. In this photo, where we give them our priorities every year, in this photo we have about 5 Brazilian ministers, and we have also senators and congressmen and women that went to this event. We have them every year to give them our priority. So it doesn't matter what government it is, if it's a center, left, or right government, but we have to talk about co-ops and how co-ops are perceived in Brazil. And this event is for that. And how we do all this, right? How we get the word, the co-op word all over Brazil. So we're using the co-op mark that ICA created. We did a little change in it. We put the somos, which means in Portuguese, we are co-op in Brazil, and we are trying to strengthen our mark all over Brazil. And we work with the co-ops in order for them to use that mark in their products, in their services, in order for us to create a wave of co-ops all over Brazil saying, I'm proud to be a co-op. So we want to show Brazilian society co-ops are everywhere and that they are different, a different business model. And how do we do all this? How do we have the time, the money, the team to do all this? So there are a couple of things. One of it is that in Brazilian laws, it is mandatory for all co-ops to have a fund for technical education and social assistance. It is a mandatory reserve that co-ops take from their net surplus at the end of every fiscal year. And for that, with that fund, they have to provide assistance to their members, and they also have to take technical education, social benefits to the communities within their area of action. So for us, that's a very important thing, because all Brazilian co-ops, they have it in their DNA, but they are also every year investing money in education and technical education and social assistance of their members and communities. And the other thing is our co-ops, they also pay for the government. We have a private partnership with the government. So every co-op also pays a little part of their, how do I say that, the workers' paycheck, a little bit comes to the government, and it's applied in order to develop education of Brazilian co-ops. And it's our national cooperative learning service. And with that resource, we are able to pay for all of these actions I'm telling you. So the co-ops, they finance all of these actions. And for us, our target is to generate knowledge for our co-ops so they can have, we help them to diagnose, generate knowledge, and also bring the solutions in human and organization development, always looking at it at a point of view of what a co-op is. So we work with it not from the point of view of regular organizations, always from a management and governance of a co-op. So I'm sorry if I talk too fast or not, But I just wanted to show you a little bit of the actions we are doing here in Brazil in order to defend, in order to promote the differences between co-ops and other business models. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Fabiola. Gracias por haber.
Thank you very much, Fabiola. Thanks for your presentation.
Sistémico
Because we see there is a systemic approach. And I would like to underscore some of the points, but I would like to give the floor to Javier Dibiase, that carries out a great job from the local communities. So, Javier,
you have a small presentation.
Will make a presentation, very short presentation. Javier, you have the floor.
So you have the floor. Hi, can you hear me?
Sí, buen día.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, we hear you very well. Go ahead. Yes, I have a presentation. I would like to share it. Can you see it? Yes, perfectly fine. Go ahead. Good morning, and thanks for giving us the opportunity to this. Thanks to the organizers for allowing us to share what we are doing in school co-ops. We were born in 2007 in Sunchales, in Santa Fe, in Argentina. It was a decision by Grupo Sancor Seguros. From 1945 they exist. As a foundation, we have 7 axes: cooperative education, road safety, occupational health and security, agricultural development, culture, and also cooperative links. And from these 7 areas, we have 2 main topics: cooperatives in schools, that I will talk about later, and then road safety, because of the insurance field. We will be sharing today what we do in cooperative education and cooperative at schools. We have a project since 2009. At the beginning of our existence, we suggested to share and to replicate the experience from Sunchali in school co-ops. The main objective was to share those values and to replicate that same activities from Sunchales to other cities in our country. We started interacting, exchanging with several actors, with schools in some cases that wanted to create school co-ops and to develop in that field. And at the same time, we created a virtual campus where all co-ops could get information and could inform of their experiences to share knowledge. With that proposal to promote school co-ops, in 2009, we started with a small structure. At the beginning, it was quite homemade. There were some specific people sharing knowledge. Today, we can say that we have 97 school co-ops around the country. We have 1 federation. It's a second-degree organization. It manages the rest of co-ops. And from that, we reach like 4,000 teachers and 40,000 students. From that experience, we can interact with Brazil, with Chile, Paraguay, and Uruguay. In Argentina, we have a law that allows to create these school co-ops, but it's not compulsory. With this project, it was declared as an activity of interest from the government. And from that same line, we started with this. As you can see in the chart, we cover almost 15 provinces. We also cover the capital. We are also present or will be present in 4 more provinces, as you can see. And there will be 2 provinces left to cover the whole national territory. I would like to share with you that during the pandemic, we were not passive. We continued working, and in the south of the country, we created 4 more co-ops, among those 97, and 1 in our city is a secondary school that started 3 years ago. I was mentioning that federation that we have takes care of the 18 co-ops we have in Sinchales, and this federation deals with social environmental matters, and it brings value to the community. As you can see on screen, they take care of the ecology and the environmental issues. Here we see the links. We did a relationship with UNESCO after a workshop we had in Mercosur in October last year. It was in Sao Paulo, Brazil. We worked about the strategic plan for the 2030 agenda. Those links, those networking, as well as several cooperation we signed with UNESCO. The aim is to strengthen and to support all the work we do, strengthening the GDS number 4. In those same lines, we got some certifications. Here you can see an example. This is a certification at the city level. It's a recognition as a school cooperativism city, thanks to all the tasks we've been doing, the federation and the rest. But apart from that, we got another certification as promoters of school co-ops, not only for our tasks in our city, but also to take that to other countries. This is a very important support for us, and in April this year, we organized a transnational gathering with all these foundations or organizations you can see on screen, Coopuch, Copats from Uruguay, also several actors from Mexico. Danilo was also there from Costa Rica. FECOP was also there. Andrew Alimali was our main contact at UN level. There were also national and provincial civil servants to promote school co-ops. We also have a university center dated in 1986, and they work also in the same field, especially in the extension, in the expansion. We work hand in hand with the ministry, and we see the development of co-ops, school co-ops in our province. This was in July last year. Another example, here you can see that we have a proposal about capacity building and teaching teachers also in the field of co-ops. It's 8 modules. We organize this every year. We've been doing it for 11 years, and we already reached 1,000 students. And this year, we already have 125 participants. Here, in the research field, in 2017, we worked with 6 co-op, and we also involved 10 more co-ops, not only from our city, but also from the province. And we work hand in hand with a research and scientific organization. Here I show you another example so that teachers can implement in their curriculum all these activities. We have a guideline that helps professionals to see how to implement all these ideas. So we do not only have practice at schools, but we also have tools so that teachers can implement all these issues in their classrooms. And always taking into account the 17th the SDGs, but specifically number 4, education of quality, number 10, number 16, and also number 17 for aligning all the links in order to get these objectives. Thank you again. Thanks for your time and thanks for letting us to share all our activities. Thank you.
Gracias, Javier.
Thank you very much, Javier. Thanks for sharing all this. I know it was not easy to keep on time as you've been doing so many activities. And after these 2 presentations, Brazil and Argentina, we see the topic of working together at several levels with several stakeholders and also with alliances from schools and authorities and governments, especially with other actors in order to exchange models, in order to deepen knowledge, and also to strengthen our evidence about how to improve culture, to improve the future, and for sustainable development. This last topic takes me to the next panel, where I will introduce a project. Thanks to the engagement and the support of the different members from the Cooperative College, we've been developing, we just started in Mexico, in Chiapas. We give support to small groups, to small cooperatives, and we also articulate that with the local authorities from Chiapas to create local development, promoting cooperative culture and also equality, gender empowerment, and indigenous culture and environmental issues. We'll have an introduction from our partners from the UK. I will give the floor first to Neil, he's the executive director, and I will ask him to show the model, to show how it works, and why this engagement from the college, not only at a national level, but also for the different projects they do in Africa and also in Americas, exchanging also with other stakeholders. Neil, you have the floor, and then we'll follow with Sarah and with the next speakers. Thank you very much. Neil, go ahead.
Danilo, thank you, and a very warm welcome from the UK. My role today is simply to introduce. We are expecting some slides to appear, and here they are. Thank you. So if we could, thank you, move forward one more slide. That's great, thank you. So my role today is to introduce this project, and I've been asked to talk briefly as part of that about the Cooperative College in the UK. Many of you will have heard of us, some of you will know us very well. You'll probably be aware that we've been around for over 100 years, but over that period we've been many things to many people. The Cooperative College in 2022 is committed really to 4 major strands, which I'll talk about very briefly. The first, as you might expect, is cooperative learning, and learning in many styles but learning both about cooperation and through cooperation. Secondly, in thought leadership, not as experts, but as enablers, providing a voice and a space and a network for cooperative research and an opinion and debate from all around the world. Thirdly, we continue to have a strong commitment to supporting the development of new and existing co-ops, particularly in the Global South, cooperating in transformational partnerships which impact on lives and on communities. And then finally, our fourth area of focus is on young people, using the cooperative principles and values as a medium to enable empowerment and growth for young people, again in the UK and also around the world. So everything we do, as you might expect, indeed our very existence, is rooted in Principle 5. However, the Cooperative College of 2022 is a smaller, hopefully smarter working organisation, and we also recognise that in order to punch above our weight and to deliver the most value, we're most effective when we work in partnerships. The project you'll hear about today is a great example of one of those partnerships, and that gives me a perfect opportunity to introduce my colleague, Sarah Aldred.
So next slide, please. And just want to say, actually, it's an absolute privilege to be invited here today to talk about the partnership working that we do with ICA Americas. So, and there's two slides I'm going to talk to, but the first one is just to give some idea of the philosophy behind what the UK Cooperative Movement and the college primarily has and kind of flows from this philosophy. And basically it's around these key points. So the ecosystem, it's an ecosystem, a culture of values, and it's an ecosystem of these different kind of virtues, really. So I just want to talk through them really because it gives a sense of why we do things and what kind of culture, cooperative culture we want to create in that partnership space, really. So I like enduring trust. So that basically gives us safety. If we've got enduring trust within our partnerships, within our organisations, it gives us a lot of safety to be really innovative, and we can kind of take risks if we trust that we're all on the same page. And that's something that's really kind of fundamental to what we do. Unshakable mutual respect, so we honour each other and what we stand for in terms of partnerships. So when we choose for partnerships, it's rooted in that mutual respect, where we celebrate difference, we nurture curiosity, amongst each other. This united belief, and I think that's something across the international cooperative movement. We have a united belief in the values and principles, and that's really important to always go back to that. So we've not got mission drift, but we're going back to what that is. Shared humility, it's that kind of we work collaboratively together, so it's keeping our egos in check, and going, we're all in this together, and I think in the world that we're in, I think that's probably more and more kind of important. So to be constantly curious in that space, and also to be courageous enough to be vulnerable and make mistakes collectively and learn from those, so we can actually do better things. Nurturing generosity. So there again, it's just kind of there, I think empowerment and generosity, especially there again in the climate we're in, it's just really important to kind of just have each other's back, because when we have each other's back, we can actually kind of go a lot further, and it links back to that shared humility as well. And finally, this compassionate empathy, that just to be kind of understanding why people do things. So, and having some empathy, if some partnerships start to go a bit off, have some understanding, some listening, and some kind of understanding, curiosity and conversation with partners about what's going on. And all of this then creates this ecosystem, this cultural ecosystem of trust and, of cooperation. So I just wanted to talk one slide about the culture, really, because I know that the whole session is about culture, but it's about behavioural cultures that are really important to us. So the next slide, please. So this segues nicely to this to the work that we're doing with the ICA. So and the International Cooperative Working Group, which the college is at the heart of, was formed in 2020. And now this is a group of major retail societies and other, so Cooperative News and us here, they're a member of this group. And we were formed in October 2020. And this is a really great example of the partnership working and the culture we're trying to create within this group, where we come together to share information, to share ideas about what work we do internationally as a UK movement, and how we can kind of work in solidarity with the wider movement. And the philosophy behind this is we're better together. And one of those, which I'll move over really quickly because I can talk too much, is we are thinking through, and we are also developing a disaster response mechanism. So, because the cooperative movement is really good at it's very generous when things go wrong to kind of mobilize, collect money, and then send it out. And this now sits within the International Cooperative Working Group, and we're now exploring models and mechanisms to do that. We're now doing it. So, for example, we've done some work with SIWA in India during COVID, because India was particularly hard hit. So we raised over £100,000. We sent £70,000 over to SIWA for the immediate disaster relief. And then we've created 2 projects over the next 2 years for the remainder of the money. So it keeps that partnership and it grows a relationship with SIWA, which is something that's really, really important. We don't want to just send money, we want to actually grow a meaningful partnership and relationship. The second one, which is now segueing really nicely to Carlos, is and this is a bit of a historic project. Back in 2017, UK movement raised, just get me notes, over £120,000, and that was a result of the hurricanes in the Caribbean and the floods in Southeast Asia. And for various reasons, the money's been held. And what we're now doing, working with Danilo at ICA Americas, is working on a fantastic ecotourism project. And who's here to talk about this is Carlos. So Carlos, over to you.
Thank you, Sarah, for the brief introduction to the project. I'm switching to Spanish. Muchas gracias a todos y todas quienes nos acompañan.
Thank you very much, and greetings from the regional office from the Americas. We are very proud of this project we've been doing with Cooperative College from the UK. This project we are developing with Cooperative College is called Cooperative Resilience in Mexico, and the main objective is to strengthen the cooperative model and its culture through capacity building for women and youth, developing cooperative business, cooperative marketing, and communication solutions. And there's a very important aspect today, which is resilience to climate change. Next slide, please. Here we see the cooperatives we've been working with. It's a very diverse group. We centered in ecotourism and adventure, but we also have Capeltic Cañada, is a cooperative of coffee producers, very linked with ecotourism. We also have Jabalí Canyon, Chiflón Waterfalls, City of Rocks, February 5th, and La Mercadita, which is it's a market, a women managed market created after COVID-19 pandemic. They needed to have some income, and they created this market. We also tried to diversify in terms of the cooperative level, so to speak, of our participants. We have some, for instance, Capeltic and Chiflón have been there already for some time. And then Jabalí Canyon and City of Rocks are in the ecotourism field. And we thought it was very interesting to work with Cooperative as February 5th and La Mercadita, which are in a process of becoming a cooperative. So what we wanted to attract in this project is an exchange from all these different activities, so that most developed cooperatives can help those that are starting. Next slide, please. Here, I show you the different activities we are organizing in this project. There you see the previous activities for a diagnosis of the needs before establishing a cooperative, identification of support and diagnosis. And then we have the training activities, capacity building. It's very important for us to train, but with some coaching when implementing. In some projects at the international level, we only do the training activities, but then we don't give the tools to the beneficiaries so that they can start implementing those new capacities. So here we focused in the training activities, especially in the topics they choose. For instance, principle and values of the cooperative movement, also security, resilience in front of climate change. So we didn't want from our side to establish the different topics, but we wanted the participants to tell us what they needed. And from there, we moved to number 2, when participants can start applying the training they got with mini projects or sub-projects. And then we have A3 with visibility activities. And then a very important part, which is the progress tracking. I mean, this following up during the whole process in order to measure the impact. We are launching this project right now. We are ready to start having results. And we are very excited and willing to share the data we will receive. To finish my presentation, I would like to show you the main participants. If we could move to the next slide. We have the Cooperative College from UK. Its role is funding, but also we organized previous meetings with them, and they show us that they want to share with actions as well. So we'll be working closely. We also have Cooperatives of the Americas, like the implementers. And then we have the National Confederation of Corporations from Mexico and the Union of Tourism Cooperatives in Chiapas for the execution of the project. I didn't want to finish my presentation without giving visibility to these 4 actors that have been with us during the whole project. Thank you very much, Danilo, and now I give you the floor. Thank you all. Thank you, Neil and Sarah and Carlos, of course, for presenting the project. It's an alliance. And apart from presenting, we want to give the floor because we have some questions as well about what this project means. We have our beneficiaries. We have 3 axes. Gender is number 1, empowerment, the role of women in the community development, and also in economy, in the creation of an economic model based in community and indigenous culture. Second axis is indigenous culture and also environmental management. And 3, community development as a whole. And I have a question, a very specific question for you 3, for the 4 people we have here, sorry. About the gender,
Ortiz de León,
Marisauna Ortiz de León from Mercadita, this project that the Gender Agency in Chiapas is developing. Could you please explain what it means
¿qué significa el trabajar de manera
working
asociativa, cooperativa para dar un
in a
acceso
cooperative way to give access to market
a las
for these activities for women in your community? Marisaura, you have the floor.
Buen día, buen día.
Hola, buenos
Adelante,
días
por
a
favor.
todos y todas. Pues sí,
Very good
miren,
morning to all of you. Well, I would like to share with you the role of women in the economy and the cooperatives. We are in Chiapas, and most women or women living in rural communities don't have a stable work, don't have the possibility to be empowered. They have to comply with their role as wives, as moms, and they don't have the possibility to develop a professional career. So we are working on empowering women in topics related to economy, and we try to help them have different role for these women. We've worked with women from the Altos region, which is an important region, and we have more than 60 female producers of different municipalities that work with their own products. We work directly with these women, and we support them as well as the local economy. We also work through different workshops. We have workshops on healthy economy, sustainable development, and we know that in order to empower a woman, she has to work on herself in order to be empowered. And we want them to be empowered women, business women, and we want them to grow as business women within the cooperatives. And they manage to save money, to have a healthy economic situation so that they can borrow money and develop an economic activity. And we want to open our space to their families. It's an open space, actually, in order to support women that have low income, women suffering family violence, domestic violence, and from our secretariat, we've been working with them, and this is a very important space for women. It's not only a market. This is another approach in order to work with women at the local and regional level. We offer them legal support too, and this is something that we are doing with all the women we are helping, and it's really very important for us. Thank you very much. I think that we see very concretely the results of your work. And it is true that women are very often confronted to informality, to low income, and this is a problem for them. So taking into account this approach and highlighting indigenous culture and environment, I would like to ask Miguel Gutierrez if he's connected. I would like to ask him what represents the work of cooperatives in order to have an integral
the development, taking into account the ancestral culture in Chiapas. Miguel, can you hear me? You have the floor.
Buenos días.
Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, perfectly. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for offering me this opportunity. We are delighted of taking part in this project that are taking place in Mexico, in Chiapas, very specifically. And we as a cooperative, my cooperative, as well as other cooperatives in my region, we are very thankful, very happy, and we really hope to reach very good results with our projects, especially after the pandemic. So we keep moving forward in order to have good results. We are commercializing our coffee. We come from Chiapas, and our coffee or product is being sold in Mexico as well as internationally. So we are very proud, we're very happy, and this is a very good starting point in order to help other cooperatives, because this is something paramount, not only for us, but for all the cooperatives that are working in helping local producers, helping develop agriculture. We are carrying out many activities, but as far as coffee is concerned, we are taking part in very big events to support our work and to support this organic production. We don't use any chemical products because this would harm Mother Earth. So we really want to take care of the environment, of course, of the consumers that know our products, and coffee is really an important product. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miguel. Very precisely and related to the consumption and the production of coffee, sustainable coffee. Thank you very much for giving us your example, because it is very important to take into account this triple sustainability and how the coffee from Chiapas reaches the whole world with this message of integration and of sustainability. Now I would like to give the floor to Marcela Bautista from Chiapas, and then we will talk about cooperatives and community development. What does it represent? What is the importance of this movement during the pandemic, especially, and see if ecotourism is a drive for economic recovery. Marcela, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. Thanks for this opportunity. I would like to say that for us, cooperativism is an opportunity for development, because as you know, we work with indigenous communities, with groups of women, with displaced people that have very little margin for economic development. So what we do is foster development, provide opportunities for economic growth, for personal growth too, and to create new opportunities at the local level, especially for the most vulnerable people. I'm referring to communities having high poverty levels, and Chiapas is one of the really one of the regions suffering most cases of poverty. Women are suffering too, and we really try to carry out activities of support of cooperatives. We accompany people, and we see and develop new business opportunities at the local level. So we provide to the young people and women, we provide reasons to reinforce economically the communities. The cooperatives create networks and linkages in order to reinforce this social fabric at the local level. And they aim at economic development too. And they try to provide a response in case of emergency, for instance, climate change consequences. In Chiapas, we really live in a very vulnerable region with high seismic activity. It's a region with high levels of rains that are very critical at some point, and we're really suffering climate change, and we try to specialize in climate change in order to prevent further catastrophes. Thank you, Marcela. This is the work we carry out. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Marcela, because you spoke about natural catastrophes, and maybe I would like to give the floor to the next panel. But before, it is true that can you make a link between natural catastrophes and the cooperatives? Because Marcela talked in a very specific way on this linkage. What do you think about that? And the different initiatives in public policy too.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Me da
Thank you
mucho
very much. Hello. I'm delighted to be here. I'm delighted to see Danilo, Marcela, Marisaura, Miguel too. Last year, well, a couple of years ago, we took part in a project that we are recovering here in Chiapas. But I'll try to be very brief. I'll try to be very brief. Thanks. Yes. In Mexico, in our organization and the Union of Ecotourism in Chiapas, what we try to do is very precisely to work from an integrated approach. So we work on how to reinforce the business approach of their activities, but at the same time, we reinforce the cooperative, the essence of cooperativism. And we are working very closely with other organizations, and we work with the government of Chiapas, and they are really providing a very important support, a systemic support. They are facilitating the use of infrastructures that will help us in our work. So we are able to reinforce the business activities within the cooperatives, as well as reinforcing the structure of the cooperative. So the cooperative is not only a group of people carrying out business activities, taking into account certain principles. We also want to reinforce the whole group to help the community, the local community. And this is something we are carrying out on the basis of a diagnosis where we took into account the needs of the local community. This is the work we are doing, and we will follow up the implementation of a working plan. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dov. Thank you, all of you. I apologize for the delay. How can we transform all these experiences in public policies? So, public policies, cultural policies, this is the topic that will tackle the next panel. So I would like to give the floor to Argan Henry, chairperson, professor at the Helsinki University, and chairperson of the group responsible of public policy. And I would like to give you the floor, Argan Henry. Thank you very much, Danilo.
As we seem to run late. So it's my pleasure to moderate this panel. We are to come up, hopefully, with some ideas, or even more concretely, some recommendations, how cooperatives and UNESCO can contribute to reaching the SDGs. Now, before I invite you panelists to bring your experience to the table, to the panel, for which you will have 3 minutes each, and I would like you to introduce yourself, because I'm not sure I know everybody and I do not have the necessary information to do that. Now, before you do that, I have the pleasure to take you, or rather the task, to take you on a short journey through some of the juridical links between cooperative law, cooperative identity, and sustainable development. And to
Professor Henry, I'm very sorry. Would you mind, because we don't manage to see your face when you are talking, if you don't mind to move a little bit your camera down? That's perfect. Many thanks, and sorry for interrupting you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, because I can't see myself, so I wasn't, no, sorry. So, and as I said, I mean, I will take you through some juridical links between the subjects of cooperative law, cooperative identity, and sustainable development, and indicate at least why UNESCO may have a decisive role in all that. And I shall do that by making a statement and then try to justify that from a legal perspective. The statement first. Cooperative law in its substantive sense are all those legal rules in the formal sense and all legal practices that are inferred from the cooperative identity in such a way that they require cooperative enterprises to contribute to sustainable development. Now, what's the justification? Considering the link between cooperative law and cooperative identity first, according to the 1995 ICA International Cooperative Alliance Statement on the Cooperative Identity, the cooperative identity composes of a definition of cooperatives, of a number of values on which cooperatives are based, and of a number of guidelines through which cooperatives put these values into practice. Now, these guidelines are called cooperative principles in the ICA statement, and this term often stands for the cooperative identity. As the content of the ICA statement forms part of the ICA statutes, and the ICA is an association under Belgian law, the ICA statement is legally binding on the members of the ICA, who also have a legal obligation to see to it that their members respect the cooperative identity. The cooperative identity finds its necessary, vital recognition in public international law, especially in the promotion of cooperatives recommendation 193 of the International Labour Organization of 2002. The recommendation 193 requires that member states of the ILO infer laws and regulations on cooperatives from the cooperative values and principles of the ICA. There is some controversy over the question whether this is a legally binding requirement. However that is, those legislators who decide to not abide by it must, as a minimum legal obligation, justify their decision. Now, what's the link concerning cooperative law and sustainable development? The sustainable development paradigm has been recognized since 1997 as a concept of public international law. Gradually, it finds its way into all areas of law at all levels, thus accelerating the emergence of a human right to sustainable development. Hence, any law, including cooperative law, will have to or has already to incorporate its idea. By setting a distinctive objective for cooperatives and consequently distinctive structural features, cooperative law is congruent with the concept of sustainable development and the binding human rights instruments, thus relaying their concerns to the enterprise level. Indeed, the threefold objective of cooperatives, namely the satisfaction of the economic, social, and cultural needs and aspirations of the members, translate three of the four aspects of the concept of sustainable development and the three concerns of the legally binding 1966 Covenant on the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. The structural feature of democratic participation allows cooperatives to not let the economic aspect of the objective to take over, and the participation, to take over the other aspects. The other structural feature is participation, and that is the same mechanism you need to regenerate the central aspect of sustainable development, which is social justice. In addition, the centerpiece of the cooperative capital is an indivisible reserve fund, and its intergenerational function meets one of the foundational ideas of sustainable development. Now, let me conclude. What is the link with UNESCO? It reveals from UNESCO's concern with cultural diversity. Cultural diversity is the forgotten, vital other aspect of diversity besides biological diversity. Biocultural diversity is the only known source of development, the principle behind sustainable development. For a bundle of reasons, the objective of cooperatives has been reduced to its economic aspect over the past 50 years, and that has transformed into a financial objective, not the least through law. Consequently, the subject of cooperatives, including cooperative law, disappeared from the research and teaching agendas, from political programs, and from bi- and multilateral cooperation. If cooperative law is to do what it is supposed to do, namely to translate the cooperative identity into legal rules and practices, then the subject needs reintegrating into the education curricula at all levels as required by paragraph 8 of ILO recommendation 193. For that to happen, and for a radical adjustment of our scientific categories, tools, theories, etc., to the requirements of the concept of sustainable development, UNESCO's help, I think, is indispensable. Thank you. And probably I have been a bit too late, taking more than 5 minutes. Let us go immediately now to you, the panelists, for your presentations. I have information that we should have Martin Lowry with us. I saw him on screen. Andrew, is he here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. A representative from the FAO?
Here.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Professor Knuben.
Hello.
Yes. And Mrs. Merkel from UNESCO. She does not seem to be with us.
She is.
Oh, she is. Sorry. Did I miss anybody? No. So we have one.
I'm with you from Mexico. I might not be visible on your screen.
Yes.
I'm online and in video.
So you are Mrs. Merkel, I suppose.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, sorry. 5 panelists to present. So try to be brief, 4 minutes at the most, and try to integrate into the presentation already some ideas at least, which could be used for recommendations, both for Cooperatives and for UNESCO. So let's start with Martin. Martin, would you like to start?
Thank you, Hagen. I will quickly summarize some of the takeaways that I heard from today's presentation as it relates to the potential of an expanded relationship between cooperatives and UNESCO, and specifically with ICA's direct involvement. We talked about cooperative culture. We talked about cooperative contributions to cultural heritage. We talked about cultural cooperatives themselves, and we talked about the role of education. In particular, I'm intrigued at how all of this relates so nicely to a short version of UNESCO's purpose, which is promoting world peace and security through international cooperation in education, arts, sciences, and culture. It seems to me a relatively strong fit. I also was intrigued by comments by George Oates when she talked about the commons, and from Yvonne Jadoul, who also talked about the commons. A definition of the commons is the cultural and natural resources accessible to all members of a society. I really am intrigued by Yvonne's idea that we should be looking at the interrelationship between the commons and the cooperative. A lot of work has been done on the commons from the natural resources side, in particular the work of the late Eleanor Ostrom, who had been at Indiana University, working literally on the kind of standards and approach that need to be taken if we're to protect the commons. So let's take that over to the cultural side and imagine that the same work that's being done in natural resources could be looked at in protecting cultural resources. And I think there's quite a bit of interesting work to be done there. Giovanna Barni mentioned the potential that we could use the practices of the Italian social and cultural cooperatives as a starting point in terms of a collaboration, international collaboration with ICA and UNESCO's involvement. So I'm very, very intrigued and very positively influenced by what we heard today and the potential for a stronger partnership between ICA and UNESCO in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, also for being so concise and staying below the time limit. Who would like to continue? I call upon Andrew, maybe, from DESA.
Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Professor Henry, for giving me the microphone. And also thank you to the ICA for inviting me and for UNESCO for holding this event. I think Martin has just done a fantastic job in summarizing. So I'm going to step and look at the issue from the angle that I think Professor Thomas started with earlier today, which was looking at the different ways of looking at the micro, the meso, and macro sections of cultural cooperatives. And when we look at it at the macro level, I'm trying to link it here also with the Sustainable Development Goals, which the United Nations reports systematically show we are not on track to meeting these Sustainable Development Goals. And in fact, things are getting somewhat more difficult as the deadline approaches. Last year, the Secretary General of the United Nations published a report which he called Our Common Agenda. I've just put the link of Our Common Agenda into the chat. web chat. And in this, he kind of intended it to be, as he put it, a wake-up call to the world, because the report notes that in the kind of the things that are getting worse, I mean, the pandemic wrought a lot of destruction to economies and societies. Then there's a lot of conflict. The world is seeing more conflict rather than less conflict. And then, of course, there's the climate emergency, which is all encompassing at the moment. Now, with all these challenges, how can society even begin to address these various challenges? And the one thing that he's called upon urgently is the increase in global solidarity and global cooperation. And this is perhaps when links up to the culture of cooperatives, which is all based on the care of the community, solidarity, etc. So he looks at it as probably the only way that the world can move back on track towards sustainable development and towards the idea of a global society, a global community working to a common agenda. And in this also, he proposes holding a World Global Summit, a social summit in 2025, which is kind of an attempt to restart a global compact between society and institutions, especially with governments. All these multiple crises are showing that people are losing faith in institutions, people are losing faith in governments, and people's daily experience from hundreds of millions of people is poverty, exclusion, discrimination, and all the things that really, I think one of the main things there to bring us back on track would be an inclusive mechanism, right? All voices included, all people feel recognized in trying to achieve a common agenda. So to reestablish this idea of a common public goods, global common public goods, and as a way to get us back to on track to sustainable development. And cooperatives, a perfect example of how it can be done. The ICA has existed for over 100 years. It's been pushing the same message, and it's a message that needs to be amplified also within the United Nations system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
Gracias a usted, Andrew, por ser conciso y también por plantear esta imagen más general.
We are not on track with the SDGs. May I call upon Mr. Brady now from the FAO?
Sure, thanks. Thank you very much, Mr. Hagan. Thank you for the invitation, for highlighting the crucial role of cultural heritage to our societies and the role that cooperatives play to promote it. As I'm from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, I'm the head of the unit on family farm engagement and parliamentary units. I would like to focus on this aspect of the relevance of this topic to sustainable food systems and to rural development. So why it is important to remind that cultural heritage is a crucial aspect of this, because unfortunately, rural territories are often only seen as production spaces, not as spaces of life. And the lack of understanding of the rural territories as a space where people also have to live, not only to work, undermine the possibility to bring policies, strategies, to reduce the huge gaps we have in those areas related to infrastructure, public services, public goods, especially on education, health, and the topic here today, also cultural equipments and services. So all those aspects are very important to people living in rural areas. I used to work for many years with young farmers, and you often hear from them saying that, let's say, three main reasons they consider to leave rural areas. One, lack of income, lack of access to education. They need to travel to go to the university or to schools very often. And lack of access to cultural services and equipment. They say, I also want to have fun, not only to work, to do other things. So this is an issue that needs to be considered, because otherwise we will not be able to keep the regeneration of rural territories in the future. From another angle, there is an enormous enormous cultural richness in rural territories, and our societies are slowly learning to give the proper recognition. Traditional festive events, arts, music, traditional music, ethnic music, folk music, they all comes from rural areas, traditional food, landscapes, and UNESCO is playing a crucial role in this regard. And the recognition of this cultural heritage can really benefit populations living in rural territories. We also see citizens from urban citizens paying more attention to how they consume, and from where the products they consume comes from, and they are keen to add value, let's say, to products that can bring strong values of identity, of social responsibility, environmental responsibility. So this also brings, let's say, open new market opportunities to those rural territories and to the people producing there. Also, tourism connected to those values is also growing. Linking to the question on policies and recommendations, I would like to bring to the audience attention an important initiative also from the United Nations that FAO and IFAD are supporting, the United Nations Decade on Family Farming, that is from 2019 to 2028. The role is to promote policies and investments on family farming and to rural areas. And how we are doing this, we are promoting national action plans on family farming in different countries and regions. So with national plans, we have the opportunity to connect those policies linked to rural, to cultural heritage and the services that cooperatives can provide into these national frameworks. And we have one specific pillar connected to the role of cooperatives and another one, pillar 7, connected to the social innovations that can strengthen culture, biodiversity, and other values in rural territories. So I think this is an opportunity that we could further explore in the future, how we can integrate and maybe contribute to those aspects on how to achieve a balanced flow of cultural goods and services to rural areas, and also how to integrate in sustainable development frameworks as the national action plans on family farming can be, of course, for a specific sector. I think another example of policies that should be stimulated is one of the programs implemented in partnership with UNESCO called GIAS, the Globally Important Agricultural Heritage Systems. It's a program that designated over 60 sites around the world, strengthening the livelihoods of communities, sustainability of agro ecosystems and landscape management, and the transmission of locally and traditionally rooted knowledge, cultural heritage, and social values. So examples of these programs, how to become a policy at national level to stimulate more sites, are important ones. I think another reflection on the issue of policies, it's really a need to innovate the way we are developing and implementing public policies. No, very often we talk a lot about innovations, but one of the areas that maybe we really need to innovate is on how we formulate and develop policies. We are still thinking with sectorial policies to answer to challenges that are more and more interconnected. So we need policies integrating culture, production, health, nutrition. And I think this is a big challenge for our future. So thanks very much. I see a huge opportunity for the collaboration with UNESCO, ICA, and cooperatives can definitely be a driver of bringing this culture, the traditions from rural areas to the urban areas. And this helps with recognition, acknowledgement, and also income and job and employment generation and diversification, especially for the young farmers and young rural people. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Brady, for this, well, your plea for bringing the rural areas, rural issues back on the agenda and not confusing agriculture production with rural living. Thank you. So would you, Professor Knuben, like to intervene before we give then the floor to Mrs. Merkel?
Yes, thank you. I can do it very briefly. Thank you for this intersectional advices you gave us in the moment. I think it is very, very important. In comparison to other cooperative movements established all over the world since a long time, the cultural cooperatives are quite new. And today we have heard a lot of practices and movements in this field. It was very impressive, and we have heard wonderful ideas and strategies and so on, but it has been impressions. And I think what we need beside of this, they have to go on, they have to move on, they have to work on, but what we need beside of this is a better empirical basis. We have to collect data, we have to establish a basis, a scientific basis, a research basis, in order to argue better in the political world as well. We know the cooperative movement is a very, very big, perhaps the biggest one in the world. And but if we look at it from the cultural point of view, we do not know so much about it. We have just impressions. And I think we have to bring them together. And beside of working at the place, in the cities, in the rural areas, we have to establish a basis, a databases. And I think this would be a wonderful work to do by ICA and UNESCO together, because both of them would have a profit of this. This is my advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Knobben. Mrs. Merkel.
Hello and greetings from Mexico, where I have arrived as one of 2,500 MONDIACULT delegates 2 days ago. I really commend ICA for this landmark initiative for connecting through MONDIACULT and reopening the pathway of sustained and strategic cooperation with UNESCO, in addition to the impressive partnerships we have heard from UNDISA, ILO and FAO. Because where are we? MONDIACULT will be and is designed to be a turning point, exactly as some of you already shared, to make the silos dance. We just can't afford any longer to design public policies without knowing what needs to come together to make human development and sustainability possible again after the pandemic and beyond. I'm not speaking in an official UNESCO institutional capacity. I'm an international expert. I have been serving for 10 years now already on the UNESCO EU Global Expert Facility. I'm an expert in cultural governance and creative diversity. And this is followed closely by institutional colleagues in UNESCO. And I think the way how to proceed from here needs to be explored quickly and swiftly. Three points I want to share. Yes, cultural cooperatives are relatively young members in the big family of the cooperative movement. So I definitely second Thomas Knobben's suggestion that do a good stock taking of the strengths, including Professor Henry, the legal basis, because very often the devil is in the detail, and the legal codes enable or hinder the cultural actors to get organized in the sector. This is recommendation number one, and the National Alliance in Italy is a super encouraging example. Second idea, I strongly support the idea to develop an international networking platform as a learning community. This was underlined also by the ministry colleague from Fiji. Develop this platform of international networking among the already existing cultural cooperatives, and do that in cooperation with UNESCO. In my assessment, this can be done very pragmatically and swiftly, using the annual meetings of both the 2005 Convention on Creativity and the 2003 one on Intangible Heritage. So until 2025, also to take a time horizon, this can be done and it should be done. And I think you might also consider of using this UNESCO EU expert facility to this end, to make it happen. The expert facility will be renewed. This is good news for the 4 years to come from 2023 and 26. And as underlined by Martin Lowry, I couldn't second you more. I've been following very closely the on-stream approach, and I think we would be well advised to go that road and do it together. Last point to ICA and all the friends and colleagues in the cooperative movement, don't be shy. There is no reason to be defensive. The time to act is now. Because as we saw from IPCC panel advice, whether humanity will be able to act swiftly and competently enough to turn around the worrying signals we see from the whole SDG system, and there the change of mindsets in addition to school education is a key point. So cultural courage for change comes into the picture here. We live in stormy times, but we do have mobilization which is stronger than we would have ever thought prior to the pandemics. And this needs to be used, as was rightly said, beyond a case and storytelling. There needs to be a design strategy to go ahead and to bring capacities together, building on the many good programs already happening. So cultural courage for staying in stormy time, this is where we are. And again, thank you, ICA, for bringing us together in this amazing worldwide conversation. I've been listening since 6 o'clock in the morning to all the many voices. And this is what is needed. In MONDIACULT, I do not know whether you also connected to government delegations. There is a lot in the final action plan on cooperation, on the digital contexts. So bringing in also the cooperative dimension in the digital economy is vital, because this is where the headache is for artists and creators today. And a lot of things can be done and need to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Merkel, for these indeed encouraging words, I would say, I mean, addressed to the ICA. I'm totally unable to summarize what you all brought to the table. That will be done by somebody else, I hope. I thought it interesting that there are, I think, many ideas which came up same ideas which came up in all of your presentations. And as we're talking about the SDGs and sustainable development, that is a global issue. And Andrew, I think, underlined this several times. And the cultural commons, as Martin put it, that also goes a long way, I think, with the idea of sustainable development. So as I said, I mean, I'm not going to even dare to summarize. There are many issues. I only take away for myself, and maybe also for you, this issue of the common approach, of the commons to be shared, that to be a global issue. And why? And I think Martin, I think in his first sentence even, he summed it up. Why all that? For the very simple and complicated issue of peace. If we want to have peace, I think we will not, we cannot allow ourselves to all work towards sustainable development. It is, I think, very simple, but as simple as it is, or sounds, as complex it is, of course. And that is where cooperatives, and I think it's not only, I'm not diminishing the value of that now, it's not only about cultural cooperatives, but cooperatives in general, who have in their objective also the aspect of culture, the cultural aspirations and needs of the members and others. So peace, yes, why? And I mean, I simplify, and I like to simplify. I mean, if you don't have, let's say, social justice, and cooperatives do a lot for social justice, there will be no political stability or peace. And if you don't have any political stability, there is no economic security. And if you don't have economic security, people just don't listen to these nice ideas about the biosphere or the environment. As I said, I'm simplifying, but I think we need to talk about it in models and to see how that all fits together. And that is also another takeaway. I think you cannot develop the urban areas without the rural, and not the rural without the urban. And you cannot develop one place on Earth without developing also other places around the globe. So with that, I thank you again for your presentations, for being so disciplined, keeping with the time. And I hand over now to the Director General of the ICA, Bruno Rolands, to conclude our panel. Bruno, sorry, Bruno. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hagen. And in fact, this last panel has gone a long way towards concluding. It had already a concluding, let's say, character. So let me just say a few points, pinpoint a few ideas that I think are important at the end of this successful webinar. First of all, this event is, I have to remind you that this event is a follow-up event of the 33rd World Cooperative Congress, which took place last year, at the end of last year, and in which there was, among the 24 thematic sessions, there was one on culture. This Congress was on the cooperative identity. And by cooperative identity, we refer to the International Statement on the Cooperative Identity, which is fully included in one recommendation of the ILO, recommendation 193 of the ILO in 2002. And in that statement on the cooperative identity, we have a cooperative definition that includes the idea of the concept of economic, social, and cultural needs and aspirations. The three dimensions go together. And that's important to emphasize. It's not that they are separate, they go together. And to uphold this cultural dimension, we have also a series of underlying values and a series of operational principles, including the fifth on education, which was mentioned in part of this event, but also others like the second, the sixth, or the seventh. So we have a series of standards in this statement on the cooperative identity that reinforce this cultural dimension. Now, what do we mean by culture, by the cultural dimension? Well, the 1982 definition of culture by the UNESCO refers to a set of distinctive spiritual, material, intellectual, and emotional features that characterize a society or a social group. So it's a very broad concept, as you see, and it was also illustrated as a very broad concept by Professor Knuben in his presentation. And it's also based on this broader concept of culture that in 2016, the idea and practice of organizing shared interests into cooperatives was officially recognized by UNESCO as part of the Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity, thanks to Germany. But it's not only Germany, it is a global recognition. So the ideas and practice mentioned in this recognition by UNESCO of course, obviously refer to these values and principles that are in the statement on the cooperative identity. And Professor Knuben also referred to the fact that we are talking about the importance of reinforcing a culture of cooperation. So it's not only about cooperatives developing in culture, developing their own culture, but also they develop a culture of cooperation in the world. As a badly needed tool to compensate for the prevailing culture of competition that we see today and address today's challenges which are generated by this culture of competition. And also channeling centuries-old cultural institutions that we have in all cultures of the world. The cultural dimension of cooperatives in general, in turn, generates two other phenomena, as we've seen during this event. First of all, the capacity of cooperatives to maintain other parts of the cultural heritage of humanity, eventually recognized by the UNESCO, and also the capacity of cooperatives of different types, including community cooperatives, multi-stakeholder cooperatives, cooperative platforms, and so on, to develop in the cultural field itself. In spite of the COVID, we have seen that this new field of cooperatives has indeed developed. And indeed, these activities require cooperation in the first place. So this triple cultural character of cooperatives that you mentioned, so the fact that all cooperatives have to do with culture and has been recognized by UNESCO, the fact that they are that they also help promote the cultural heritage of humanity in different fields, and the fact that they also are involved in culture themselves, all that has a strong effect on the development of human communities and on the social transformation, and also on peace, as was recently mentioned by Hagen Henry, and also including in rural communities, as Guillermo from the FAO has underlined. And it also provides opportunities for women. And also it includes the development of value chains, including international value chains, linked to the cultural dimension of cooperatives. So this cultural dimension of cooperatives should be further examined under the lenses of the UN 2030 agenda and the SDGs. So the cooperative culture, and more widely the culture of cooperation, as we mentioned today, is really a fundamental part of the mission of cooperatives. And this mission, this part of their mission, also need corresponding public policies to implement it at its fullest. As Mrs. Merkel said, we can no longer afford to be shy. We really we cannot be shy anymore. So thanks a lot to the speakers, the moderators, also the ICA staff. I want to mention especially Santosh Kumar and Lady Loengo sitting next to me, but also all the staff of the ICA Global Office that has been mobilized in carrying out and preparing this event, many in the backstage. Thanks to the interpreters, the technician, and thanks to the institutions of the ICA system who have participated in, including CICOPA and CICOPA Europe, and also Cooperatives of the Americas, and also the other partner organizations that have been involved in preparing this event. Thanks to all of it, and also big thanks to UNESCO for having let us having this side event of MONDIACULT. And I really look forward to that ICA could cooperate with UNESCO, as was mentioned, for a strategic and sustainable cooperation, as was mentioned. I will now give the floor to Stefania Marcone here on my side, and who was been a cooperative activist for decades, and we've been cooperating for decades together. And ultimately, she was the moderator for the session on culture at the at the World Cooperative Congress. You have the floor, Stefania.
Thank you, Bruno. It is really a pleasure for me to be with you all today. As mentioned by President Guarco, there is a link between the event that we organize on occasion of the ICA Congress in Seoul and today ICA MONDIACULT event. It is in Seoul we open a path. Today we make a further step forward. It is important, as underlined, to cooperate, to collaborate, to open new doors and paths of sustainable development in which cooperatives in general, but also specifically the cooperative active in the cultural and creative sectors can really make a difference. And we are glad that UNESCO have accepted the proposal put forward by the International Cooperatives Alliance with the support of several region sectors and organizations. I think that is important today. We have also underlined through the concrete examples of cooperatives active in different world areas, how much it is important in this specific moment. And we thank the experts and colleagues and friends that call upon our attention to the fact that now it is the moment to make the voice of the cooperators to be heard within the UNESCO MONDIACULT conference that, as you know, will define the next year's cultural policies, but also because there could be a lot of positive collaboration that can be put forward at global, a regional, and a country level. Someone mentioned that for us as cooperators, it is quite evident the links between culture, sustainable development, and cooperatives. I think that in fact, not only for us, but also for the future of humanity, we represent a pillar in any future people-centered sustainable development policies and programs. And let me also take this occasion to underline the fact that cooperatives, the cooperative culture, the cooperative business form, that is an enterprises that put in practice every day the set of values and principles that represent the core of the cooperative identity, every day. And we have heard the very fantastic experiences of the colleagues that participated in today's event. What is their impact? What is their contribution to attaining every day the sustainable development goals? But let me also underline that as culture should be promoted as a public good for the externalities and important roles that culture plays everywhere, so it is much important also to stress the positive contribution that cooperatives and cultural and creative cooperatives can play to contribute in not only in a sustainable growth and development. And let's say we have practiced that well before the concept of sustainable development was invented, but also to create a more peaceful, more just, more fair, and less unequal world. It seems that cooperators all over the world are contributing to rebuild better and also to build a better world for all. Young and senior, women empowering and youth empowering, taking care of communities, creating job opportunities. We have heard today also in the cultural and creative sectors. We have heard about their problem, their issues, their innovation approach that, of course, the ICA, under the ICA leadership, it will be conveying to the UNESCO. We are here to contribute in shaping the future of the world, and in this context, also the future of the cultural policies for the years to come. It is important in this path. We are not alone. Once again today, we have see concretely the importance of the ICA leadership, its sectors, region, member organization, its outreach, and of course, the collaboration already in place with governments, with institutions, non-governmental and governmental, with the United Nations systems. So we cannot lose the chance to make a step forward in what it is common goals, common sentiment and feelings, common values and approach. Thank you to the ICA and to all the colleagues, to the ICA staff and all the participants today. It was really a pleasure for all of us. Please take on with you some examples, some ideas, some proposals that came up, and make reference to the International Cooperative Alliance for any further development. Thank you.
How to close now after this, Stefania? It is very difficult. How to close now this event after your words? Such an inspiring woman, really, always a true referent, really. So many thanks, Bruno, Stefania. Thanks to all the panelists and participants for this rich debate, and to the interpreters for making it possible. We had around 150 participants today. And before saying goodbye, I have 2 calls to action. Let me remind you that the video will be available very soon and that you will receive it in your inboxes, together with any other information like the PowerPoints or any other thing. And also a very important point, let's take a picture. So if you don't mind, all of you that are still here with us in Brussels, go there, please, go to the screen. I'm gonna take the picture myself. I've been a lot, too much here on the screen. And please, everyone there, all participants, if you can switch on your cameras, I would really appreciate it. I'm gonna take my phone and take a picture of you, so no further delay, all of you over there. You come there, just in front of me, so we can, so the people at home, you won't see the picture, but I promise you, it will be done and you will receive it. So you can go on the screen, I mean, so people here is going close to you, actually. And I'm not, again, it's been too much of me today. But you go there, all of you, don't be shy. Ale. And closer to the screen, if you don't mind. Yes. Please, everyone. Yeah. A smile. I only see the panelists, but well, it should be fine. Well. Okay, a smile, una sonrisa, un petit sourire. A ver. Voilà. Merci. Thank you very much. A selfie! This people is crazy, believe me. A ver. Well, thank you very much. Colleagues in the Americas, many thanks.